Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our special council meeting for December 19th, 2023. Purpose of the meeting is my first budget meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order. I want to thank staff for all your work to present and a well laid out document here, council to work with. Today, we will be receiving information from department heads for help to help us understand better and prepare for our future budget meetings in the new year. We have a lot here to absorb and understand. Between now and the next meeting, I encourage everyone to stop in and talk to staff and get a better understanding beyond today. Our conversations will come through the chair, and I will ask everyone to be respectful. Not that I need to say that, but it's just something that we need to do because budget can be a real trying time. So with that, I'm going to move right into business here. And Lionel, you're going to start off with your introductory presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I don't feel it's going through this though, is it?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to share my screen here through Zoom. Try to anyways. Okay, so I'm going to jump into a presentation to just go over the budget review book. I know we had one last year, but through the process in 2023, there was quite a few excellent recommendations to change the book. So there's about 40 or so. They're all included in this year's book, and I'm not going to go through all 40 in the presentation, but at some point I want to highlight some major ones. First, though, I want to give a snapshot to everybody about where the proposed budget stands right now. No doubt there will be a lot of questions and changes to the budget, but this is where the book as a starting point stands. There's a 5.5% increase in the residential tax rate. And that comes about because of the 6.5% increase in net tax levy. Now, some people wonder, okay, how can those two be different? And that's a really good question, because when there is an increase in assessment, real assessment growth, the tax rate, the tax levy, I should say, that we need to raise is spread out over a larger tax base. So that is what decreases the tax rate. And we all know that growth tends to do that. You get a larger tax base, everybody benefits. We do not have any information on the provincial education tax rates yet. I'm a bit surprised that we don't, but we'll certainly pass those on when we do. The village area tax rate, that which is added to the forest properties in the village, is proposed to have a 0% increase. And as I just mentioned, of course, there's 1.1% real assessment growth. And the other interesting part of tax policy in HBM in all jurisdictions within Peterborough County is that this is the third year of a 4-year plan by the County of Peterborough to decrease the tax ratio for the multi-residential class. And the county sets that tax ratio for all municipalities within it. So the goal there is to get the tax ratio or its relative burden of supporting the net tax levy down to the same as residential. And I believe I've read before that this is somewhat of an attempt to spur multi-residential supply growth. You know, whether that actually happens remains to be seen, but that is certainly one of the aims for that policy change. I just want to go through a few of the changes, because I said everybody's seen the 23 book, but there's a lot of really good suggestions made last year. One was the condensing of the actual book that everybody reads, because there's a lot of information in the book last year, but some of it really wasn't related to decisions that council makes. There was acronyms. There was discussion on tax policy. There was a bunch of things that, you know what, they're nice to know, and people may delve into them. They may not. They can use that second supplementary book as much or as little as you want, but we just wanted to focus what we're actually looking at during the budget deliberations a bit better. So that's been done. It was brought up that it would be nice to focus the capital projects that have been approved in prior years in its own section and get them out of the body of the 24 budget, proposed budget. That's been done. You'll see in Appendix 3 in the supplementary book that all of the capital projects that were approved in prior years are in there, grouped together. There's a column for when they were approved, what budget year to the left. So I think people might find that a little bit helpful. There have been additional specific lines in the council activity for all of the support the council gives to the community. I believe there are 6 council grants and they're all separated nicely and they have their own reserves. So I think that shows what council is doing to support the community even more clearly. The administration reserve in prior years, it is included OMPF money. It's included a lot of different things. That's been separated out to be a bit more transparent, a lot more transparent in terms of what those reserves are for, what they're committed for. We also created a storm response fund last year as a wish of council during the 23 budget deliberations. $115,000 was originally received. There was a motion near the end of the deliberations last year to add 40, and then an amount was pulled out during the year through an in-year report of Public Works. So we still have over 100,000 left in that reserve. And lastly, there was the movement of the economic development activity to administration, as the economic development officer was administration employee. So that kind of brings everything as far as economic development together. So in terms of highlights for federal and provincial funding, we receive the OMPF grant, which is down in 2024, a decrease of 54,500. We receive the OCF grant every year. I think there is an announcement coming soon locally for our 2024 amount. We do know that the OCF funding does support the 6-line asphalt project currently in the draft budget book. And the CCBF, otherwise known as the federal gas tax, what used to be known as federal gas tax, we received almost $160,000 in 2024 for that. So the next slide is an interesting sort of discussion, and I know that this is something that everybody in the room may have different views on, and that's great because that's what makes budgeting so valuable, the discussion around budgeting. But people often wonder with budget, okay, how much is easily changed? I mean, in theory, one can almost change anything in the budget and there would be consequences for that. But in terms of the budget book, my working definition, whether it's what other people would agree with or not, is that about 83% of the total costs, that which are related to personnel, statutory, non-statutory benefits, utilities, insurance, transfers to outside organizations, and certain professional agreements and services, many having to do with contracts that we have with other people. That would be what I would consider to be non-discretionary. And there's other ones that certainly are clearly discretionary. There might be consequences for cutting them, but I think this is just a way of, at least from my viewpoint, that there's a lot that can be looked at in terms of costs in the budget, and I'm sure it will be, but there's an awful lot that would be fairly difficult to cut in a large event. So a popular number that I get asked for, especially from taxpayers, and it's a good question, is that what does 1% mean? So they think, okay, they might ask, what do you need to cut from your budget? How much do you need to cut to decrease a tax rate, proposed tax rate by 1%? So this year, that is 75,000. Last year, you might remember, it was 69. Every year that changes a little bit, and it's because of assessment and how much of a assessment base that tax levy is spread out over. It always goes up a little bit. So if we want to decrease the tax rate by 1%, that's how much we would take out. If we found something that we definitely need to put in the budget that was $75,000, that would increase the tax rate by 75, or increase the tax rate by 1%, not 75%. Another, I think, popular page in the budget book with taxpayers is what property owners pay for. So that is on page 10 of the highlight book, and it's separated by division, what a person would pay for 100% for each 100% of assessment. And so in this slide and in the book, we have an example of fire services. So essentially, for fire services, you would take the amount that it shows for $100,000 of assessment. And if a person had a $250,000 home assessed at that, they would just multiply by 2.5 the amount. So they'd be multiplying 2.5 by 60.22. So I know it's some people, aren't really a fan of math, but I think hopefully that's set out in a way that people can kind of go and tailor it for their own situation. And as a side note, if a person had a commercial property rather than a residential property, all they would need to do, they would do the same thing, but then they would multiply that amount that they get by 1.09, because that's the commercial tax ratio. And in essence, commercial properties pay 1.0986 times more per dollar of assessment than residential taxpayers do. So that's the nature of tax ratios. So now I'll just go into a quick overview of the organization of the budget book. As I mentioned at the top, there's a lot of supporting information that has been removed and included in the appendices of a supplementary book. The first section of the book contains just departmental operating budgets. I think that was mentioned before as well. Let's just separate it completely with operating budget first, then capital budget second, which is great. The first page of every area just gives a high-level look at the department's gross operating budgets, total revenues coming in, transfers from reserves, transfers to reserves, and those numbers allow us to go from the gross operating budget to the net operating budget. And the net operating budget is otherwise known as the net tax levy, otherwise known again as what we need to raise from taxpayers through the tax rate. And then after this, go back one. After this section here in the budget book, we then have our what we call Form 1s. They were added to the budget book so that there could be a narrative way to explain from the manager's point of view, okay, this has happened, that has happened. What is different from last year? What might you notice when you're going through the budget, and provide an explanation for that, just to maybe help people go through the budget book a little bit quicker. So for instance, this is the administration Form 1. We note that there is an election reserve contribution reintroduced. We didn't have one last year because the reserve balance was quite healthy. And so it's been reintroduced this year. So we have enough for our election in 2026. Okay. the organization of the capital budget part of the review book is very similar to the operating budget and exactly the same as last year. It includes first a project description, total cost of the project, any grants, any reserve funding, and any tax levy support, which there isn't in the budget, no direct tax levy support. I know there's amounts that are in reserves that got there through tax levy, but none that I'm aware of that I can think of right now. They're supporting it directly from the tax levy in 2024. Next slide is one of my favorite topics because it's so important to HBM and there's a real need for people to see detail and to understand why we have reserves and reserve funds. It's so critical. And I think through the input of council, I think the presentation of it has improved. Just a quick overview of what they are. Reserves, and not reserve funds, I'm speaking specifically, but reserves. There's simply money set aside by council, not restricted by legislation for future committed expenses that we know we're going to have. And for instance, if it was a capital expenditure, a large capital expenditure, and we didn't have reserves and we just paid for it as we went, we could have a $4 million expense to say, for instance, do something with our waste treatment plant. To put that on the tax bill would be like an astronomical tax rate increase. So it's part of planning ahead and smoothing out tax rate increases, but also just planning. There's a big move and a big need, legislative need for municipalities to start really looking ahead for their asset management. We're all required to have a fulsome asset management program in place and forward facing on our website by July 1st of 2024. And our organization is in the middle of getting that done. So reserves and reserve funds are a very critical part of that asset management and asset planning. And reserve funds are often used in the same breath as reserves. And the only real difference between reserves and reserve funds is that reserve funds are acquired by provincial legislation or a municipal bylaw or agreement. So otherwise, council can use them just as they would use reserves. So there isn't near as many reserve funds or near as much money in reserve funds, but they are there. So for the 2024 proposed operating and capital budgets, if they were an unlikely event approved exactly as they were presented, we would have a balance of 11,500,000 at the end of 2024, which would be a decrease of 2.6 million from the end of 2023, or a decrease of 18%. Reserve funds, as they appear in the budget books, would be planned to decrease by 1%. And that is due to the fact that withdrawals from reserves are expected to be about $2.9 million higher than contributions to reserves in 2024. I think that just reflects there's a lot of capital projects that are planned in the budget books, a lot of really important projects. And the last note, I guess it's something that everybody knows, we're all aware of personally in our own lives, but it's certainly not lost on anybody that inflation is certainly decreasing the purchasing power of our reserves, and it's just something to keep in mind. $100 isn't certainly what $100 was 10 years ago. And I know there are a lot of news stories lately about municipalities struggling with their budgets, and I've heard some local municipalities using reserves, and sometimes that there is no choice. Using it as a ongoing source of balancing budgets and getting to a certain tax rate, it certainly can create a base budget problem because if somebody was to use that same reserve for 5 years straight, they would find that that reserve might in essence, be drawn down to next to nothing. And then they have to find a way to replace that reserve contribution. So as I said, there could be situations where it can't be helped, but it is, it does create a base budget problem that's relied on too much. And as everybody knows, there's a lot of future unknowns right now, a lot of capital pressures with HBM. So with our aging infrastructure, as everybody has an aging infrastructure, we're no different that way. We just have to keep all of this in mind when we're going through our reserve planning and just make sure that while we're supporting the current projects, that we certainly support the asset management in the future as well. Debt financing is not something that I don't think we've ever done. I could be wrong with that, but we do have the ability based on our annual financial information returns. The province would say that we could take on debt that requires up to $2.2 million in payments. So that wouldn't be $2.2 million in debt. They say our debt limit would be whatever debt that equates to, which would be a fair amount of debt. I certainly would never think or propose that one does that, but that is what we would be looking at in terms of what we could go up to if we ever in the future decided that we needed to incur debt. So the last part 3 of the budget review book is on tax calculations. And I know some of that is very, in-depth accounting, boring stuff, but with the real assessment growth at 1.1%, and when we put in the tax ratios for each property class to get from our current value assessment to our weighted current value assessment, and with the county policy of lowering the multi-residential tax ratio to 1, what we get is the increase in the proposed tax rate that I mentioned before, 5.5%. And that it's just a starting point. I'm feeling that it will not end that way, and that's great. And when we find out what our education taxes are proposed to be by the province, we'll certainly bring those to these budget meetings. And just one last little discussion about the supporting information in the appendices. Again, use it as little or as much as you want, but I just thought if somebody was interested, we should have these things. We have an appendix in there for the public and council priorities, and we tried to have a good long list of how they've been addressed or how we might think we could address them in the future. We have appendix on sources of revenue. It's a bit of a deeper dive on where some of the revenue is coming from. Analysis of prior year's revenue, the huge sheet that goes through all the different revenue from each department, different categories of revenue. We have the capital project approved in prior years, which I think is a very important section. And then, of course, if you run into an acronym in the book that you think, I don't know what that is, and I didn't explain it properly in the body, you might find it in appendix 4. That's it. Future.
Right, thank you. Yeah, well done. I can never hear enough about how it's put together. It always helps every year I hear something new, and so good explanation on them.
Can I just thank you, Lionel, for the presentation. Just to follow up that, and just to clarify for anyone listening or watching, you mentioned the county levy and the education levy. So just to clarify, the township is obligated by legislation to collect those levies, but those levies are not determined here at this council table. They're determined elsewhere.
Through you, Chair, that is absolutely correct. And just as a point of interest, I suppose, if you're a residential taxpayer, and this is going to differ for different classes, but for the residential taxpayer, you'd be looking at, and this is not village, for municipal part of taxes would be about 49%. Education would be about 15%. and the county about 35% of the total taxes billed.
So that's one of the things when you start your budget early, there is some things that you're still in the guessing game. Pro Valley's the same. We have a meeting in January. We were hoping to have the numbers before us, before Christmas, but last week we actually did a survey on one of the parts of the budget and it didn't go through, so we're having a budget in January, or a meeting in January to try and confirm what the rate's gonna be for the Crow. It's a low, like the percentage, I always say, don't get too wrapped up because it is a small budget, but that being said, we need to know what for our budget, so you put 5% in there, I think, and that might be, you know, in the ballpark anyway, so it gives us something to work with.
Through chair, I did put in 5%, but of course, I'm assuming we'll hear the actual number by the time the budget is approved, and then we can change what's in the book. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. All right then, so I'll open it up to council if you have any clarification questions for Lionel with regards to the presentation. I think it was pretty straightforward. No, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin, just one question about the tax levy for or the gas tax. You said that we're gonna receive, how did you come about that number when it's 2023? And you said it was for 2024.
Through chair, they often come out with the number that they will be giving us in the following year, about this time of the year. It just came in the week before I had to cut off the information for the budget book, so I put it in the budget book, but sometimes it comes out later.
So it comes prior to the year. Okay, thank you.
All right, so there's no questions. I'll just read the thing on the screen there. So if there's no questions, I'll move on to our next part here, and that's with regards to Aqua and Amber. I don't know if both are coming up, but so Aqua plays a big part in our budget. It's good to have you here.
Good morning, Mayor Martin, Deputy Mayor Hart, councilors and staff. My name is Amber Copeland, and with me is Brad Robinson, and we're just here to present the 2024 capital proposals or estimates for the water and wastewater system that is in Havelock Village. Start with the wastewater. A budget was provided to the township on October 31st for our agreement.
Yeah.
So the page numbers are on your agenda, council. It's the need to find them.
So for our wastewater, we proposed for 2024 an estimate of 685,000. The first 12 items are routine maintenance and things that are estimated and or proposed for rotating through the year. These are typical costs that are incurred for the wastewater plant. Items 13 to 22.
Sorry, Amber, I'm just gonna interrupt for a second. Page 121 for everyone at the track. Sewer capital projects. Okay, there it is there.
I'm good to continue.
Carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just repeat myself. Items 1 through 12 are typical wastewater capital expenditures. You'll see them rolling through every year. It's just general maintenance that's required to keep the plant operational. Items 13 till 22, you'll see are all zeros this year. We've set some estimates aside to prepare for the major maintenance capital estimate, which would be item 24, which is the wastewater treatment plant upgrades. A lot of the items that a lot of the items 13 till 24 are something that you may see during the upgrades, so we didn't want to double up on the cost. Item number 23 is a highway pumping station controller. It's needed for the monitoring of the pumping station that's located on Highway 7. And then we add a $10,000 contingency just in the event that something were to break or an emergency were to take place. The item 24 for interest is with respect to the wastewater treatment plant upgrades. It's for design and engineering as per the environmental service report from the Class EA. This 631 roughly thousand would cover design and engineering of the phase 1 construction. I could be happy to move on to the water, but if there's any questions with wastewater, I could take them now if you'd like.
Yeah, so the one question I had with regards to those upgrades, do they, will that prepare us if any grants come up, once that's done? Like we always talk about having things on the shelf ready to go. If there is some grants coming forward here this year, I think, but I don't know whether we're gonna miss it or not, but with that, once that study's done, will that allow us to apply for grants for future?
Mayor Martin, we have already applied for a grant on behalf of the township. Leah Hutton and SEMA Plus put together the work, and so I just did a check this morning. I've been checking every day for the DMAF funding, and it's always said submitted, but I just noticed yesterday it finally said under evaluation.
Okay.
So we don't get a deadline for when we're going to find out, but it did move up the line.
Good.
In terms of
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anybody else have another question for Amber? Carry on.
you jump to the collection system. Sorry, I should have done that. For the environmental assessment or environmental study report, the collection system is mentioned in the study to have an assessment done every year on the flows and how we're doing with capacity and treatment and corrections and repairs in the collection system. I've spoke to our engineer at Aqua, and they're willing to evaluate the flows from 2018 to 2020 current day, 2023. And they should have an estimate for you with respect to capacity per the request of Mr. Angione. That should happen in mid-January, early February.
Okay.
Moving to our water estimate for capital, I have a couple items to discuss.
Page 124.
Okay.
Continue. So the items, you'll see items 1 to 11 are standard capital requests that we maintain for the water treatment plants. You'll see these typically rolling every year, and we have a 6-year rolling capital estimate. Item number 11 is just a reference sensor calibration that's required every 2 or 3 years. So that's maybe why it didn't show up last year. Item number 12 is a flow control valve for well 1 and 4. This is needed for future work that may be required for the tower. And to be honest, it's actually have its life cycle replacement, it's end of year. Items 13 and 14 are up for discussion, but I'll just jump to 15 quickly. This is just to repair or replace any hydrants that need work done to the area. We typically do hydrant flow testing, hydrant testing and flushing, and we've noticed a couple of hydrants that are in need of repair. Again, Aqua always adds a $10,000 contingency, just in the event that we have an emergency breakdown. Items 13 and 14 are, I assume will cause some questions, but the reason why it was added is that well 3 has been a standby well for quite some time, and it's maybe been procured that way and expensed that way. For well 3 to become a duty well, it's going to need some pretty substantial upgrades. So we've presented it in a sense that the item number 14 should and would cover most of the well 3 upgrades to make it a duty well. But in the event that maybe well 3, because it does have iron and manganese, and we do have a low flow volume that we can pull from it, we've also presented a new production well for your consideration. $50,000 in 2024 would cover a hydro G study. So hydro G study would typically go around the town, and or you could pick a specific location to drill a well and see what you could get for production. Well 3 is, well, it's quite a lot of money, but there are discussions on how it could be optimized in the future. I'm just not sure how much we'd want to put into well 3, just because we can only get such a small volume at this time of 3 liters a second typically for production. The well is designed for about 15 liters a second, and right now we can only get about 3. The iron and manganese issue in the summer does cause colored water, and to maintain clear water, we need only to run 3 liters a second.
We've tried a lot of things there with regards to the lights, the ozone. Was it an ozone treatment or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So through you, Mayor Martin, we've tried ozonation from a company in Peterborough. That was somewhat successful, but the price range for it only gave duty, not standby, in a sense. So the cost did get quite higher when you do need stand, like a backup system in case of failure. The second pilot that was just trialed by Aqua was the potassium permanganate. And it was fairly successful, but again, we could only get 3 liters a second without carryover. It's a possibility to keep it going, but I think well 3 would definitely need to go through some pretty substantial upgrades to be a potassium permanganate successful facility.
How many years have we been doing this? It seems like they said we just go from one thing to the next, right? And maybe when we start doing it, it gets a little better, but we end up in the same spot. So is it not time to maybe, cut bait here and, as you said, move on and look for another option? Because it just seems like we're throwing, good money and bad money here. It helps for a little bit and then it just turns bad. So
yes, through you, Mayor Martin. I've been with the Havelock system for just under 20 years, and from my tenure starting, we've actually submitted a truckload of water. I don't know, I'm probably not saying that right, to Washington Clean Water Center. They did a full assessment on how to better optimize the facility. And the 2 recommendations were ozonation and potassium permanganate. But yes, we've been trying for quite some time to make this a successful well, but I think that's kind of why I proposed and the idea of a new production well, because maybe it is time to retire.
I think that's something we need to consider.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I understand right on number 13, or I guess it's 14, we're going to put 125 in this year, 75 in next year to keep a well going that we're going to retire in 26.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Martin, I should have said, my suggestion for this capital item would be to pick one or the other. So item number 13 or item number 14.
Follow up so we have a flow problem and magnesium problem. Is that in the same one?
Correct. Yes, correct.
We're going to get a study to confirm that we have that issue.
No, sorry, through you, Mayor Martin, the new production well would be a hydro G study to look for new production wells. A new potential water source.
So that's number 13 is to look for a new source.
Correct. There are options and I think it just needs further discussion. I'm just not sure the best approach would be. There is a potential location that would be near the water tower. That might be something of interest. There's also discussion about pulling from the Trent River, which would be a 3-kilometer main pumping station. It's an expense, so I'm not sure how best to suggest that we move to the next step, but I think even just a hydro G study in the area just to determine if there is anything nearby might give some hope. The well 3 system does operate right now with no issue. I mean, but it's only 3 liters a second. So if we want to make this a duty well, it's going to need some more upgrades.
What's it got to be at for a duty well? What's recommended?
I would think recommend 15 to 8 to 15.
Yeah,
liters.
well, 1 and 4 runs at, we run it at 10 liters a second. If you had another one of those would be nice.
Through you, Mayor Martin. I think there's 2 issues there with well 3, right? The discoloration and the flow rate. So my question is, if we fix the discoloration issue, does that fix the flow rate?
No.
Or is the flow rate down just to keep the water clean?
It's yes, no, it doesn't fix it. If you'd have to fix both.
You have to fix both. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, if we didn't have that problem, there's enough water there. If we didn't have anything to treat and it could just come through, it's probably, there's enough, I always heard there was enough water there, but it's just when you start treating it, you have to slow down the process and
That's right.
so. Okay, and I think like Deputy Mayor Webb said, there comes a time when you have to start looking, and I think this would be proactive. The $50,000, is that the study part of it? Like, there's a lot of numbers after that. Would that tell us, like, that the study on debate, like we did look at Trent River years ago when we did the sewage treatment plant? I think we looked at a water source down there, and it's possible. But that being said, I've heard of, like you say, up by the water tower. I know staff was doing a repair up there, and there was quite a flow happening there, and it was worth looking at to see if maybe there's a chance of, a well up in that area. But anyways, the 50,000 with that, is that just? It looks like it's just a start of many years of spending money again. So
Yeah, just a guy with 2 rods.
yeah, yeah, that's a.
We need a witcher, yeah. Through you, thank you. Question. The estimate that I was able to get was 50K would give you the hydro G study and potentially 1 to 2 wells drilled. The 100,000 would be if we were successful in finding a production source. That 100,000 would cover production of the well, drilling, piping. And then the 750,000 would cover design and engineering for something around that well to be a facility.
Okay,
So, if we do that number, we spend $1 million to spend 3 more. You've got a projection from 27, 29 to $3 million. What's that 3 million for?
Thank you, but that's just a high level estimate for a facility. So we recently constructed a facility in another municipality and it was around 2.5 million. That's on the high side, the 3 million. It's just to cover in case there were filters that needed to be, but should we end up with the source similar with well 1 and 4, it wouldn't be that much. It's just more or less just a high level estimate at this time is all I can get until we know what kind of water we could pull from that system. Potential new well.
So we have to build a similar building and facility as you have down there now for the other wells.
That's
That's what the 3 million is for.
more or less, yes, absolutely.
the one at the arena is there.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right then. Beth, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. I just have one question. What happens to well 3 if we decide to look for another well? Is that gonna be closed or are you still gonna keep that and maintain it?
Go ahead.
If I can speak to this, I think that we could use a lot of the equipment that is in well 3 and move it to the potential new well.
Okay,
There is a brand new PLC in that area that we could be switching over. There's pumps, there's filters, but the building itself, I wouldn't know.
so it would be shut down? Yeah.
I would think that would be wise.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Webb.
Thank you, Councilor Flagler. That was part of my question. Can we go back to sewer for a sec?
Sure.
Now that we're talking about spending big money. So 2025, I see we've got the 4.5 million for wastewater treatment. Am I assuming that it would be ready to go ahead with construction whatever, but I guess it'd be the summer of 25, right?
That's through your mayor.
Yeah, 25. Sorry.
So I was just following the ESR, so what it said was design and engineering would be around 631,000. So we potentially estimated that for this year, and then the following year would be construction and build.
Everything is on schedule, like in terms of, because I
As long as we keep to the design and engineering schedule, yes. It should be, I mean, I think there's people eager to step into this role. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, if I may just jump in as well. I did put in 2028 and 2029, the 1.6 and the 13. That's there, so I don't lose it. I don't lose track of what was estimated in the ESR. It's not required for those 2 years. I just didn't want it to fall off capital. The potential of doing phase 2 may not be for another 5 years or so. Could be next year, but I'm just. It being some more earmarked into 2028, 2020.
Thank you.
What number was that, Amber? The
24.
Yeah.
okay. Oh, I see, okay. Okay. Right, yeah. Okay, Bob?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, Amber, I'm sorry if I missed this. When we're talking about the well and the possible development of the new well, we've got almost $4 million here in the budget. Is that money better spent looking at the Trent River option, which we can be relatively comfortable with knowing that the supply is there, without speculating on a well that may or may not produce the water we need?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I think both options are possible. The option of pulling from the Trent River is definitely would clear up the resource problem, which is one of the main issues for not operating the well. We would still need to do some full complete upgrades to the system of the facility, and it may not correct the flow problem of 3 liters a second.
From the trend?
it may not, the facility itself may not be able to still withstand the volume.
Well, that's if you run it to well 3. Through you, Mayor Martin.
Is that,
So,
did I
yeah.
mislead the question? Sorry.
If you use the Trent River source. You're probably gonna need a new water plant. It would, so if we do the hydro G study. They're gonna we can have them evaluate all options, like all alternatives. And then you can go to like cost comparison between Trent River and a production well. If production well is possible, but the production well is gonna be, I would imagine, be the cheaper route. So that's why you want to compare both, right?
The production well is, what do you mean production well, like the one?
Like if they found another well 1-4 source.
Yeah.
Be a cheaper route than the Trent River. So it's nice for you guys to have both of those options and then pick.
Yeah. Because the one thing with the Trent River is we don't have any property adjacent to there, so there's gonna be some agreements have to be done through Trent Hill or somewhere over there anyways.
Right, and a well 1 and 4 is a groundwater plant, whereas the Trent River is gonna be a surface water plant. And surface water plants are a lot more to construct, maintain and operate.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I just want to stress and further to Deputy Mayor Webb's comment earlier. You know, throwing good money after bad here. I want to be careful with this. Because exploring a new well is a speculation. And at the end of the day, we may end up exactly where we are today. So I'm feeling today, and I could be wrong about this, but the Trent River option is a more secure and likely successful option. The other option is speculative. So you just want to be careful about how much money we're spending on that, and we may end up with a bad result there.
So the 50,000 though would give us like something to work with as far as like. Yeah, there's lots of water in the Trent and it looks like an easy fix. But that being said, the 50 would help us come to a conclusion of, you know, which way, like you say, the one part of it's more expensive. Just for the plant, because it's a totally different setup. But the 50,000 would that cover? That'll give us something to work with as far as which option we want to pick from there. Right now, it's easy to just look at the river flowing and thinking that's the obvious choice. But that being said, if there was a well source here within close range of the water tower, that could be a cheaper solution in the end, right?
Correct. Yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin, to the deputy, or sorry, CAO Bobby and Junie. I agree that there's no right answer here right now. And my job is just to make sure that you're aware, like you're able to see an option, but I don't know the best option. I mean, there's possibility that we pull from the Trent River and well 3 is there. I think it's about 3 kilometers, I think, when we checked it. That pricing on the capital list doesn't include the Trent River, just because I wasn't able to get how much a main's going to cost at before the submission. There is a way to make well 3 possibly work. It's just, I think I had heard it mentioned at one time previously that maybe we should start thinking about something different. So that's why I put the new production well option in. 50,000 should give us a pretty good idea of what the best route is. And I mean, well 3, should it be something that the Hydro G ends up saying, you know, well 3 is the best option, then I would most likely just move 2024's estimate to 2025 and we just start moving on from there. Get prepared, I guess, for.
Okay. Remember.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with you and the CAO and the, I'd like to see that listed as an option in terms of pricing. So we'll get the pricing on the standard well, but to the CAO's point, I think I said we've gone down that rabbit hole enough times that, And maybe it does work out, but I think we need to start looking at other options, even if they are a little bit more expensive.
Yeah.
It could save us money in the long run, so.
Yeah.
If we could get that costing, that would be fantastic.
Okay, Bob?
Through you, Mayor Martin, just a follow-up question. Is this the hydrogeological study and this work that you're mentioning? Is this the work that SEMA is going to do?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I believe SEMA's been looking after the wastewater system.
Yeah.
Side of the upgrades, so, it would request, we go out for tender on this. I think.
Yeah, so if we choose either option, Trent or a new well, 1 to 11 don't change, there's no improvement in our, does it reduce our expenses in any way? If we modernize, don't. All those are strictly maintenance on what we have, or will those numbers increase if you get a new well and Trent, sorry? That's the water.
So, through you, Mayor Martin, there would be some items that would be removed from the standard if well 3 was no longer of interest, I suppose, but to keep it as a standby well until we decommission it, we would have to keep them.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
But there, in the future, should well 3 be removed from the system, so there would be items removed.
That never be items.
Items added as well.
Okay, so for this one here, I don't know, just. It's up to council on this, as far as the number 13, what that decision could be made today as far as, to move ahead, to get moving ahead, to get our options going. We can do it next meeting or we can do it now. It's up to council here. What's your thoughts? For the item 13 at 50,000.
Yeah, if it's something that's gonna speed the process up, I would be in favor of looping it to the rest of the council.
I'll second.
Okay, and that's seconded by Councillor Flagler.
Excuse me, what is the motion, sorry?
That we move ahead with the $50,000.
Thanks.
Give a direction to be going on.
Yeah, no, I just, there's no job here.
Lionel?
Through Chair, I'm going to assume that if we're making a motion, then I would be safe in taking out, or let's just say moving number 14 out by a year.
Yes, that's what I would suggest.
All right, so that would move the well number 3 maintenance thing, $123,000, move that out to next year until we get the study done. Which makes total sense. So that would be in the motion that we are, it doesn't even have to be in the motion that we just move, and Lionel can clean up the other part of it there, but the motion would be that we move ahead with the $50,000 for the to look into our options for.
For sure, I'll get on it.
Sorry, just a point of clarification. This is the item that will be tendered.
Correct, that's correct, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So that was moved by Deputy Mayor Webb and seconded by Councillor Flagler. Any other questions to the motion? All in favor? And that's carried. Yeah. All right, let's do it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Amber. Great, so. What, we will take a 10-minute break here and then we'll move into the next part here. It's gonna be a little lengthy, so that's gonna be 9:30. Okay, so I get a motion that we take it.
Thanks, Amber.
Moved
Thanks,
by
Brad.
Councillor Doherty, second by Councillor Flagler, 10 minutes, so we'll come back at 20 to 11. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Doherty, seconded by Councillor Flagler. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is Peter Lawson, Manager of Public Works. Peter?
Yes, good morning, Mayor Martin, members. We'll start on page 69 of the operating budget for the road. hit the highlights. I think everyone's aware the new administrative position, which is shared equally through Public Works Fire and Parks and Rec, has been filled and in place for 2024. The roads operation contingency budget has been decreased by 51,000. Transfer to reserves has been increased by 60 to ensure our asset management practices continue to account for replacement needs in the future. A couple of items to note in the operating with a little change is the calcium chloride for dust depression. It increased by 9,000 proposed for the 2024 budget due to the service charge or service fuel charges and so on. It is currently going to be going out for tender this year in preparation for the 2024 season. And the other notable there too is the sand and salts. That was an actual from 2023 last winter, I should say, and since then we have filled the dome since, and of course we're in performing winter maintenance now. So there's any other notes or questions on the operating budget, or we can switch over to the capital.
Question?
Hold on.
Yeah. What's road patrol? Sorry, Peter, sorry, it's through you this morning.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Doherty. So it kind of covers two things. So we, in the past, we adopted or took on a mesh software program. So currently we are switching over to a different system, but it's a software that helps aid in our patrol. So it's so anyone it's on everyone's phone, they can go out. It's recording all the dates, the times, the road conditions. It coincides with our minimum maintenance standards as a regulation to provide the records as a patroller, and as well to cover some time for staff to patrol as well. So it's kind of a two-part operating budget.
Thank you. You're done? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Beth.
Sorry, yes, contingency, operating contingency. What exactly is it, Peter?
Martin to Councillor Flagger. So that's been in the budget as long as I've been the manager of the Public Works Department, and discussing with Lionel. We've never needed it or used it in the last 3 or 4 years. So it's basically an emergency expense if we get into something that is out of the operating budget, that we, something fails or a major piece of equipment or a repair. So, or if we run over on sand and salt, there are some options, but as Lionel said, we've never needed it in the past 3 or 4 years. So we thought we'd decrease that down approximately to half.
Yes, I remember when that was put in, and it was a bad snow year or something, and we ran into spring, so.
Yeah, sorry. Before she goes, what are we talking about?
Yeah, it's not.
What contingent?
Okay,
Yeah, I did. Were you done?
no, sorry, no,
Oh, that's okay.
No, I did.
I just wouldn't know what we were talking. Go ahead and ask your question. I
Well,
wasn't sure.
it was the not operating one, the other one that's on the bottom of the page. It's 110,000.
Yeah.
Who's that
I was
for?
confused as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Future, that section in the gray is like a free form explanation of what's above. 110 in the 2024 column should mirror 50,000 up above in the summary that says operating contingency. So the 110 you see down there should be 50.
Okay.
That's
That makes that up. Yeah. Yes.
But I think the number is 51,127, right? Because
yeah, the numbers in the budget are correct. This free form explanations, additional information down below. That one amount that should have been updated after that change was made, as Peter mentioned, and that's that 110 going down to 50.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that, like, I do remember years ago when we put that in there and it was, we got caught in this, after a bad winter. We ran out of money in the spring for sand and salt, so, and it was happening everywhere, so. That being said, I can totally see moving it back. It was the thought of the day, and you do need to have something there. This year's a good example of, we've had a pretty decent fall, so we've caught up on some of the heavy work we had last spring. That's a good thing, but some years, if you have a bad fall and a bad spring, you're in big trouble when it comes January of the next year, so. Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Martin, okay, I understand the contingency plan now, so this has been put in every year? And then does it go to reserves if it's not spent? And if so, how much is in that reserve right now?
Through chair, it does go into the reserves and I'll go to reserve tab. Right now, it would be 732,627. And if everything happened in this budget exactly as it's laid out, it would decrease to 548,962.
How many years have we been doing this? Do we know?
Through chair, I'd have to go back. I know for the last 3 at least, but I don't know how far back I've gone and really analyzed the budgets, but I could go back and have a look.
Yeah, it would be good, because it's been at least, I bet you it's 10 years.
If it's 10 years, it's $1 million.
Well, I'm just guessing. I
And
might
much
be,
we've ever used it, or over 7 years, it's 700,000. The math's not really terrible.
I think it's something we need to get our head around because.
Yeah,
that's
we're
exactly-
budgeting for these items anyways. We're budgeting for salt and sand, plowing, all this other stuff. So I mean, throw $100 or $50,000 into a budget every year saying we
yeah,
might need it. That's
Well,
not a
that's
very
right.
good way of budgeting.
no, and I didn't know it was carried on every year. I just thought it was staying at 100,000 at the time, like I didn't realize it was accumulating, so that's good that we're getting our head around it.
Well, it's through you. Does that not what happens to a budget item that doesn't get used? It gets transferred to reserve. And then you start fresh. It's a line item annually, right?
Yeah, through chair, that's correct. But what they do is they take all of the counts for public works together and see where they at in terms of budget and actual. So it's not just that one that they look at before they do their year-end entry to transfer to reserve. So if this was under budget by 100 and something else was under budget by 50,000, then the transfer would be 150,000. If this is under budget by 100 and something else is over budget by 75, over budget, then the transfer reserve would be 25,000. So it all depends on all the other accounts in Peter's area as well, where they all end up at the end of the year.
Through you, Mayor Martin, just one question, Lionel, with everything you said there. So is it necessary to have that plan in this budget this year? Is this something that we can maybe look at lowering to maybe 10 or 20 every year, just a continual thing to keep up? Like, would that be a problem, or is that not the right way to do it?
Through chair, I think that would be following on with what we started here. So yeah, I think that would be reasonable and prudent.
Okay.
And I think that's great. I think that's what you've started, and that's a great direction to go, because, obviously I was mistaken too. Like, I didn't realize it's accumulating. I just thought it was a contingency that's there every year for an emergency, and it just stayed at 100. But if it was accumulating and moving up and up and up, I think the direction we're going now is a great move, and it'll help us in the future.
But to that, that's why getting these reserves
Yeah,
and a little bit of clarity would let us know that, and that
Yeah.
there's already 100,000 there, right? So I mean, hopefully through this process we've been enjoying for the past few months, that some of this will be rectified.
okay. So, yeah, there'll be some discussion in between now and the next meeting with regards to that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin. So is that, we're good then with the operating?
Yeah, it's.
Put your microphone on there, Peter, just push the, there you go.
We didn't really say that people were okay with it, we just said. Move it. Okay. This is round one, Pete, for the clarity.
Yeah, exactly.
Just feeling you out a little. Laying the groundwork.
Well, through you, Mayor Martin, then we'll carry on into the capital. I think we'll have some more. A little longer in discussions here than the operating, so.
What date?
I'm on 108, it starts with the attendance there. So I think probably the best idea is we'll just go right down the list, the roads capital, and we'll go through the capital form ones as well. I'll just give you a brief overview of each capital item, and if there's any questions, we can discuss as we go or save them to the end. But the first one on the capital list is the gravel haul. It's in here every year, and it's a program that's identified through the overall roads needs study. And the description there is it fits right in where we're at now. The roads needs study is suggesting a little bit more money towards it, but I think with our local contractors, we can, keep it where it is. And it's coming out of the OMPF in reserve. In years past, it was in the taxation part of the budget, so the Lionel's moved it over to the OMPF, so it's which is saves a little bit on the tax. Yeah, and it went last year. We upped it to 100,000, as you can see on the capital form there, all in, it's 113,000 for the gravel haul. Just a note, this year we are right in there. I think we were 108, if my memory serves me right, on what we did for the gravel hauls.
Thank you for pointing that out, Pete. So when it says taxation, then we're off the taxation. You take that word out of there.
Go ahead.
Through your budget, that's correct. I think we're title anymore.
You know,
2 years ago, when did we make the decision we were transferring it from tax to OMPF? Was that last year we did that, or?
Through you, Chair, it was in last year's budget, and I might ask Peter if he remembers if that was the first year it was done. I'm pretty sure it was.
Through you, Mayor Martin, last year we changed it to I'm sorry. It was always $50,000 from taxation, and the previous council, I believe, set the limit to 150 from taxation and 50 from OMPF, if my memory serves me right, to get us to the 100,000.
Yeah, like over the years, it's always been used for OMPF, because it was always a thing that, and it has balanced between 100 and 50,000. If there was a tough year, sometimes we would lower it to 50. But it was all, my memory says it was usually from OMPF. It was one of those things, but that being said, the last few years, I don't know how it's been dealt with. Councilor Doherty, go ahead.
Well, the operative word there was that council approved the split before, right? 50 or 100, whatever the numbers, it was done. So now is this an arbitrary decision? Like, I don't remember it being on last year's budget. We changed out of taxation into
Future, it was noted as being from the admin reserves last year because we didn't have a split out OMPF reserve. So the year previous to 23, it was half and half had been approved in the budget. So we presented it in the proposed budget for 2023. rather than half coming in from one direction and half from another, we proposed the full amount to come from the admin reserve at that time. Just to perhaps relieve some pressure on the net tax levy acquired, since the whole amount would be coming from the reserve.
It really is tomato, though, isn't it? I mean, we either take it out of there and lower the tax, or we put it in as something
It's all the
else.
same.
Yeah, it's all the.
It's probably better that it comes out of reserves, I think, because it gives us more options in terms of how we can pay for it, right? Like, we can use grant
future-
money and other things to.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do you share, if we had that coming from taxation? It's strictly from taxation, no draws from reserve. The net tax levy that we've calculated at this point would go up by 113. Now, I know a lot of the amounts in reserves come in from perhaps tax levy at some point, but when we fund them from a reserve that's already there, that amount does not get added to the tax levy. So as far as the calculation of the tax rate, it doesn't add anything to the net tax levy required. So it's, as far as the calculation of the tax rate, doing it this way keeps the tax rate lower.
So again, if we didn't use the 113 there, we were gonna use it in another spot and not include it in the tax rate either. So to me, it's a wash. So anyway, okay, thank you.
Yes, so through you, Mayor Martin, moving on, the next one on the list is George Street. I think Peter Nielsen did explain that from the county very well at their last meeting, so the numbers are there, and they're also, Lionel's included them in the water capital as well, just for, that is where the grant came from there, so. The next one I have on the list here is Van Sickle Road. So I'd like just a couple minutes here to explain. I would like to take a little time here. So I'll just go through the capital form one. In 2021, Monterey Lake and Havelock-Belmont-Methuen municipalities entered into a 5-year agreement for the operating and capital repair of the Van Sickle Road. The capital cost for Van Sickle Road is to be split evenly between both municipalities. So I'm gonna go over to the project by detail. So 2020 Havelock Roads need study states that Van Sickle Road needs rehabilitation in 1 to 5 years. Consulting with the manager of Township Transportation, the manager of transportation from Marmon Lake in 2023. We'd like to get this out to the council members for hopefully reconstruction in 2025. Just to run through some of the major concepts, the pulverizing, grading, gravel compaction, culvert replacement, asphalt. So discussions with Marmon Lake. We have come to a price that the project is based on 7 kilometers in length, 6.5 meters wide. That being said, a 0.5 meter shoulder width for an estimated cost of $1,469,000. Everything included. Havelock-Belmont-Methuen estimated cost sharing for this project would be $734,500 plus the HSD and everything included. So HBM capital sharing cost for 2024 budget of $100,000 to start reconstruction processes. So that's where I'd like to elaborate a little bit in talking with the road super in Marmon Lake. It is a fairly large project, and we were both hoping that we could get some funding towards this year in the 2024 budget to start on doing some ditching and culvert replacements. As you can see, Lionel has it in the budget this year for $100,000. So hopefully if Marmon Lake can match that as well, then it will be it'd be all done with Marmon Lake and Havelock staff using as much of the in-house equipment as possible. So that's a little better explanation on the Van Sickle Road. If there's any questions?
It's good to see it started. It's get to 2025 is going to be a challenge. There's a lot of work to do, but you're probably gonna have a lot of maintenance on it as far as just to get through to them, because it's pretty well falling apart. But just the one thing there, the bridge, the Crow Bridge there is gonna be done through the county this year, I think, so, so that's a good thing there, so. That's a start, and people will be happy just to see things started, because I get calls, that's about the most calls I get for any complaints on roads is Van Sickle. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask you to look in your crystal ball here, but 1.4 million. We're putting this away this year, so it's not getting done this year. It's the same by the time it comes around next year. Pretty safe to assume I'm looking at 1.17. Like everything else we've done has ended up like that, right? So that's just what I'm trying to make the rest of council aware, right? I think if we need to do this, kind of put the money away, put as much as we can away towards something like this, because it's only getting more expensive down the road. So.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, to Deputy Mayor, exactly is why we, you know, and in the agreement that we have to it states that we are supposed to, council is supposed to be informed, you know, on capital projects in years advance to, you know, to do that. Exactly what the Deputy Mayor said and setting aside budgeting for, so.
Oh, and that's something that the Black Fence, good planning.
So through you, Mayor Martin, it will depend on Martin Lakes Council decision budgeting as well. So,
Yeah, I'm sure they're hearing the same thing, so it's a start.
So we'll have to come up with 650 next year.
yes, through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct. Yeah.
Do we have a reserve set up for that? Like, is that the roads reserve then that we could do?
Through you, Chair, I think we would be looking to that reserve. Right now, I believe the projection for that's to be a little under 600,000 by the end of 2024. So we may have to get creative in finding other sources as well, other than the roads reserve. We could look to reserves like the admin reserve and the OMPF reserve, but yeah, some of it hopefully will come from there.
We got to come up with the money for next year, but okay, thank you.
Carry on, Peter.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin. The next one on the list is the Fish Hatchery Road. And it's been in, I think it was presented at the last council meeting as well, or in the last two council meetings. So it has just a little bump in increase there. But I think everyone is up to speed on where that is. So the Old Norwood Road, it's for the long-term care. So it's I'll go through the capital for Old Norwood Road upgrade to urbanize the street. The project is identified commitment of the new long-term care facility. So increased infrastructure will increase maintenance costs to some degree, but so the project detail, I'll just briefly go through it. So it's a preliminary cost of $1,171,646. The HSD is included based on approximately 400 meters of road construction. The most important concepts for the project are the road base, obviously concrete catch basins, storm sewers, curb gutter, 2-lane vehicle asphalt each way, 1.5 meter sidewalk with a tactile walking surface located at the sidewalk ramps, 3.2 meter wide grass boulevard. So that's a fully urbanized street to the east side of the long-term care property, if that would be clear for how far we're going. So we're starting at Concession Street and we're going east to the east side of the long-term care, new long-term care building.
That's pretty well the township. That's where the township starts, almost right in there somewhere, right?
Yes, through your memory, that's correct.
It's still village property, yeah.
To you, Mr. We're doing this through the Old Norwood Road. We can't go through Smith Drive. Would we have a right of way to hook into the sewer there? It'd be a little less distance, wouldn't it?
Through your memory, they're tying into water and sewer, which is already existing on Old Norwood Road. So it's not part of the reconstruction. It's already existing. The sanitary main and the water main are existing on Old Norwood Road.
The entrance into the long-term care is off Old Norwood Road, so the
Yes.
sidewalk would go to the front.
Yes, through you, Mayor, that's correct. Yeah, the main entrance is off of Old Norwood Road, yeah. So the next item on the list is the sixth line. Resurfacing. So briefly, commitments made, the council discussed sixth line road resurfacing in the 2023 budget. Decided to reevaluate it for 2024 budget using the ultra thin asphalt as a preferred road surface. I'll skip over to the project detail. It's recommended by the roads needs study as a priority for resurfacing with a double layer of surface treatment over the existing treatment. During the 2023 budget, council removed this project from the 2023 budget and requested staff to bring it back for the 2024 budget using the new ultra thin asphalt in place of the surface treatment. So the concepts, the high important concepts are pulverizing, grading, compaction, asphalt, and gravel. So the estimated cost for the ultra thin asphalt comes in at $621,500 for the sixth line. A note, it's 4.95 kilometers, and it's starting at County Road 48 and going to Preston Road, or the Bird Dam Preston Road intersection.
Okay, so when last year it was an overlay, it was 130,000 or something like that.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct. Yeah, we had budgeted at 150,000. If extra grading or whatever was needed there, or gravel in place to shape it up. But no, it was the tender came in at 130, just over 130,000 for the overlay. Yes, that's correct.
So that's why I hadn't.
Mayor Martin, sorry, Peter, Old Norwood Road, 400 meters.
Yep.
Is it Havelock staff doing that, or is that going to be tendered out for someone else?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that'll be tendered out.
Mr. Mayor, the ultra thin on the sixth line, did we not put 200,000 in the reserve last year towards that?
I know I didn't think to put anything in, but
I thought we took it out, redoing it and moved it a year and put some cost in, but I doze off every once in a while. So.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I know we did that with Union Road, and it was a $200,000. But the sixth line,
I think we waited on the sixth line till we figured out what we're doing with the. I don't know, new surface treatment, old surface treatment, whatever that nonsense is, but.
Yeah, the only one I can find is the Uniman, in terms of the final.
yeah, that's what I remember.
Yeah.
So. But that being said,
Unfortunately, I don't remember that way, so I'll have to upgrade myself here, thanks.
so, yeah, so that'll be a topic of discussion. Everybody's got their own thoughts on that, and I think we'll have to, meet with staff and understand it better. See what our options are.
Yep, through you, Mayor Martin. So the next item there is the Kingsview Boulevard. So that's is increased slightly, but that will be up for discussions. I think everyone's well up to aware of what's happening there, so that'll be a discussion down the road as well. But what is proposed, and but I will go into the North Shore culvert replacement. So it was not completed in 2023. Council approved this project for 80,000. So I'll go to the project detail and then I'll do a little more explanation. So the project is recommended by staff and followed up by consulting engineers, stating that the culvert is failing. The project involves replacement of one road cross culvert, North Shore Road. The most important concepts of this project are all required permits. That's one of the issues there, why we never got it quite completed. So environmental protection, road closures, traffic control, culvert replacement, dewatering. So the consulting engineer has come in with a price a little greater than what that's proposed. So 129,555. So we got staff and engineers, we reached out to Crow Valley Conservation, and then, from there, because of the culvert, and it is a control, to control, I don't know how to. They control the level of Bottle Lake, so it's a control measure that keeps the Bottle Lake at a certain height for, which is why we're into more permits, so.
It's kind of like a weir on.
Yes, 3 Marine is correct. So that's why so we're making sure we have all the correct permits in place with oceans and fisheries and everything else, to make sure, because it is gonna control the height of the water and it needs to be done properly. So that's where that's why hasn't been completed, and that's why the price is up a little bit more.
There might not be many on Bottle Lake, but the worst thing you could do is put the culvert too low and drain the lake.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. So any questions there? If not, we'll carry on to the Otter Creek Bridge. So that is in process. We've made some repairs this year. We've just recently got the I'll back up a little bit. So it is in our OSM every 2 years as a structural that needs to be, it's a regulation set out by the government. It needs to be inspected. So with that being said, we had the engineer come and do an actual design for the bridge instead of just what's replacing on the bridge originally. So we just got that design completed late fall, I believe it was November. And at that time, our contractor, unfortunately, and winter coming and freezing up, so we made some temporary repairs. So it'll be completed in 2024. But we do have the design now, which is going to be used, and the design was done by our consulting engineer, and everything is in place. It's just we ran out of time this year with the weather setting in so quick. And I guess we're down to we talked about the North Shore culvert replacement. So the miscellaneous capital items.
What's the peninsula there? What was peninsula?
Yeah, so we're 3 Martin, I believe I was talking about the Peninsula Road. That is the, I might ask Bob to help me out on that, but that was just,
Okay, yeah.
I'm drawing a blank, sorry.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. That was the transfer of the road, and we have now, council has approved that final agreement with Mr. and Mrs. DeMille.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're 3 Martin, we're down to some miscellaneous items. So 2024, 2024 replacement plus an additional / replacement for vehicles. So project detail, asset management of vehicles is based on life cycle and cost. The following vehicles are scheduled for replacement and 1 replacement additional from previous years. So the estimated cost for 2 vehicles listed below is 169,500. The one is a heavy duty 3/4 ton replacement. So that is our 2017, currently our 2017 3/4 ton. It had a life, a cycle of 4 years. So it should have been replaced in 2021. And we're going into 2024. The vehicle is still in good running condition. With that being said, though, following the asset management plan and the light duty half-ton pickup replacement additional, I have that / it was, we used to have 4 vehicles, 4 trucks, and previous managers cut us down to 3. So we've been short a truck for the past 3 years or so. So I bring it back every budget so we can get back up to our full fleet. And that kind of ties us.
You have 3 trucks for the whole fleet for,
For you, Mayor, and that's correct, yes.
so we have the white one, 2 red ones, I guess.
So through you, Mayor Martin, we have white 3/4 ton regular cab and a GMC, and then we have a 3/4 ton gray Dodge regular cab, and then we have our 2017 Chev 3/4 ton 4-door.
There's only the one red truck
Yeah.
left.
That's correct.
Through your mission, I'm a little, used here, and I know we've gone over it, just like to go back to the, Peninsula Road.
Oh.
We reserved 80,000 last year, is this 80 more? It's a total of 160? Or,
So through you, Mayor Martin, I think there is a little confusion, I think, because the two projects on North Shore Road, the one was a culvert replacement and one was.
sorry, no, it's in, last year's budget, it's Peninsula Road, 80,000. This year's budget, Peninsula Road, 80,000 or 90,
No, it says 10-4 for this year.
So through you, Mayor Martin, that is the mill,
Okay, so good, so it's an increase, thank you.
So through you, Mayor Martin, so the replacement of the fleet, again, I'll just move on to the next item there on the miscellaneous, and it commitments made, council approved 200,000 in the 2023 budget for this vehicle replacement. And this is the our 1446 tandem dump truck to replace. Council approved 200,000 in the 2023 budget. The total budget requirement for 2024 is 226,000 for the tandem.
Mayor Martin. I'm sorry, Peter. So for the replacement of the big dump truck, correct?
Yes, you remember.
All right, and we gave you 200,000 last year,
Yes, yeah.
and the cost is 260,000 for this new truck?
So through you, Mayor Martin, I should have taken some more time here. So 452,000 is what the estimated.
462.
Yes, is the estimated replacement cost.
So yeah, sort of, you just sort of further to that, because I brought that.
Yeah.
So we budgeted 2, right, last year. And it's 452, should we be asking for 252, not 226? Or is there other money that I'm missing? Is that the tax one?
To you, Chair, it's sounding to me like we may need to increase the budget.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, I don't. Yeah, so
For today.
yeah, so
After today.
we should have, yeah.
Okay.
The 250 increase as opposed to it.
Another 26.
Yeah.
And that's one of those things that has skyrocketed. We only used to budget on 300,000 for a truck and they're now 450.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin, the last item here I have is the Public Works Building, 116 Concession Street in Havelock, the installation of a new bay door. I'll go over to the project detail. Remove existing truck bay door measuring 12 feet in width, and install a 16-foot wide door to allow accessibility for single axle, tandem axle plow trucks and equipment. The estimated cost is 20,250. So the building is would be a lot more utilized, and our equipment would be able, like our grader, I mean, it would be inside heated, ready to go. And it would also allow Ray to have his fire department back, as we store equipment in the back of the fire hall too for the winter, just to keep our vehicle inside, so.
Just a general question, what will we store up there, Pete? Vehicles, what kind of equipment will we have stored up there?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Martin, right now, we actually have quite a few of the Parks and Rec too, the lawnmowers. We keep two 3/4 ton trucks, so there's sanders in the back. We have our sidewalk machine in there. We would have our single axle truck in there. And plus our grader would be able to fit in there as well,
So
so.
it is pretty handy to keep our equipment
Oh,
out of the elements and have decent shape in some place where we could work on it as well, right? So
Yes, through you, Mayor, absolutely.
Right then. Any questions for Keith?
we could get the garage door.
So long as it.
Right.
No, okay. Anything else then for you?
No, I don't believe so. Cool.
Is there any questions that popped up for Peter? If not, I really recommend, it's one of the biggest parts of our budget, so we can have lots of questions probably, I would suspect, but, thanks for the presentation here today. Peter.
Thank you.
Presentation done by the second by Councilor Doherty, all in favor. Carried. So. Next item, Bob. With regards to the department.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, I'll let Lionel begin and then I'll follow up.
Batteries have run out already, but I'll just talk louder.
Very good. This is that new audio system. We'll talk about that soon.
So starting on page 13 of the review book, we're gonna go through some highlights in the admin section that goes to page 17. The biggest source of revenue that we have coming in admin, of course, is our ONPF grant. While we're grateful for the funding, that amount did decrease for 2024. It'll be 1.24 million, which is a decrease of 54,000 or 4.2%. So that's certainly a big hole to start from. The budget for tax write-offs, we did increase the budget from 17,250 to 20,000 because there has been a large number of appeals for gravel pit properties in the province. There's been a new way that MPAC is valuing those properties. And there's been many appeals even before the roll came out. MPAC feels confident in how they valued these properties. It was based on a case out of Wellington County, I believe. However, due to the high nature of appeals, the number of appeals and the number of gravel pits we have in the municipality, we thought it'd be prudent to increase the budget in case something comes out of that. The admin consulting budget was increased by $2,000. We have budgeted for some project assistance that we once had with a previous contract person. So there are some large projects coming in 2024, so that's just a small amount we put aside in case we needed that high level assistance. We moved the election contribution to admin from council, and we reinstated that for 2024 because, as I've already mentioned, in 2023 the balance was in good shape, but we should start a contribution again to make sure we're in good shape for 2026 election. We have an increase in interest revenue. As we all know, interest rates have gone up. It's a bit of a tricky one because we all have heard the talk about the interest rates going down next year. Is it going to go down as much as maybe some people are saying right now? I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, if inflation does get under control, we could see it come down reasonably quickly. If inflation stays stubborn, we might, have the same as we had previously, but we thought it'd be prudent to at least increase the budget by 50,000. I think it's, you know, sustainable, and what happens in 25, I don't know, it's gonna be a whole new world with those investments come middle of 24, and we'll just have to reevaluate and see where we're at, but it's a bit of a tricky one to see what we can count on. Software costs have increased by about 15,000. So what we've done here is we have, in the capital side we've included a satellite GPS tracking for our vehicles. And as part of that capital project, there is $1,000 a month fees for monitoring. So that has been included. And there's also an amount included, a much smaller amount, to allow for all the managers to have access to our software. Right now, several of our managers do not have access to Keystone. And I feel that's important for them to be able to get into Keystone, look at their accounts. I send them monthly paper reports, but it's really not the same. I mean, you can go in and you can look at accounts yourself. You can kind of see which one, like immediately, if you want to go to one specific account, you can go to it. They get the information, but I just think it'd be nice if they had access to it themselves.
Just had their own.
Quick question, why wouldn't the managers have access to the past? What would the logic be to exclude?
Through you, Mayor Martin, it's just always been that way here. What is the logic? Probably cost. To not have the expanded users on it, but it is true the managers have not had access to the system to monitor their budgets on a daily basis.
Okay, thanks.
Future, I think it's really important that they do as well. So that's going to be something that's coming in 2024.
And you have to have the managers on board to use it. It's one thing to get it, then you have to use it, so.
Yes, so there will be an educational component, of course, but I think we have to forge ahead, because I think, especially with asset management coming as well, and people will have to learn citywide software. This is the way of the future. Like, paper copies, they're fine, but they're not the best case scenario. So yeah, we're forging ahead with some systems changes in the new year. I think our plan is for us to go through the operating of each area here on the agenda and then go to capital. So I don't know if Bob wants to go over to capital for admin right now. We can do that.
Memberships, travel and educate. I know I'm not getting into this right now, but we use a lot of that for admin. Now that we've got, like, Sherry's budgeted for her own stuff, so.
Yes, through Mayor Martin. Do we use a lot? I wouldn't say a lot, so that would be some training for admin staff, perhaps conferences. That the general nature of this.
Thank you, Bob, sort of. And then quickly, professional services contracts, see, we're kind of high there last year. Was there something that happened last year that was out of the ordinary, or the actual for the was 20,000 higher than budgeted for?
Through you, Chair, I can look up that account.
Yep.
And get back to you. Would you like me to?
No. I just concerned because when I see the 179,080, that's pretty close to the 170. So what I'm thinking is, if our true cost is 179 in 2023, should we be budgeting like 185 or one that, like, we're kind of pretty close on the budget there. That's basically what I'm saying. If there's something that came in last year that, you know, really knocked it up, that isn't going to come in this year, then that's understandable why we'd be. I really don't want to ask for the budget number to be higher, but I don't want you guys to run out of money here in the office.
We'll just get it with sand and gravel.
Through Chair, I know part of that for 2024 would be the amount we put in for some high level assistance with some large projects. I know there was an increase from 2,000 to 9,500, but I can get you the details for 23.
Perfect, yeah, and not right away, just bedtime reading stuff, Lionel. In terms of that, professional services and contracts, what kind of some examples of contracts or services that we've used?
Yeah, I'd really love to give you a list of all that's gone.
Yeah,
through
no,
the
maybe,
accounts,
like I
so-
said, maybe
Yeah.
for the next
Yeah,
whatever. it's
no,
just kind of
absolutely, yeah.
a breakdown there of who we're paying to do this work, so. Thank you. Sorry to grind everything to a halt here.
Okay. So Bob, you're gonna go into the page.
Yes, through Mayor Martin, this is now page 96 on the capital side of administration. So the top item, $80,000. Previously, we had budgeted 20,000. We're at another 80 with respect to architectural projects. This is the work of LEC Architects. And this is intended to get projects shovel ready. In the event that grants come along, we can proceed with them. The global positioning system, the GPS system is there. At 38,000 to be installed in 12 vehicles. We added, it was 6 plow trucks plus 6 additional vehicles. And that number, this would have to be tendered. That is our best guess based on information we received from another municipality. The accessibility project, we have an access plan that expires in October of 2025. It's a 5-year plan. So if we do it in 2024, it'll be ready for 2025. This item we could commence it in January of 2025. We could do that. The current plan expires in October of that year. But it will need to be reviewed and renewed. Document scanning project, digitizing files. This is ongoing for minutes and bylaws to create a searchable database. The 2025 asset management plan, here at 53,000, and that deadline was mentioned earlier. That's July of 2024. And computer hardware replacement every year, we budget for replacement of laptops or desktop computers.
By the looks of Bianca's this morning, the way it was acting up, we might not make it, but
She might be on the list.
the document scanning, is that outside doing that like we?
Yes, it is an outside firm that comes in, and they do that. They take the files away with them. And it takes them 3-4 weeks, and then they bring them all back.
So we use them to bring it up from like the 1800s or whatever. It was amazing. It was pretty reasonable to get everything that you can find it.
Right. So like I say, minutes and bylaws, it creates a searchable database. So if we want to type in the word blue and any motions that came up to regarding painting the wall blue or any bylaws to that effect, it would come up on the search. It's a huge efficiency item. It saves a ton of time.
Through you, Mayor Martin, Bob, just one question, the computer hardware replacement.
Yes,
Is this something that is put in the budget every year?
it should be in every year.
Okay,
Yes.
and how many computers every year are replaced?
Oh,
Just on an estimate.
no,
like
it's
1, 2,
before.
4?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Any questions?
So through you, Mayor Martin, to carry on, we have some look here, some carry forward items. Page 151 of the supplementary book. Secondary book here. The draft.
To make sure we're on our toes.
Yeah.
Yep, right here. Near the front of the book.
151.
Yep. Here, let me help you. There you go. You're welcome.
Better on here than I was on the book.
All right, so through you, Mayor Martin, these are items carry forward that were approved in previous years. So the asset management plan and training, this is the asset management plan has not yet been adopted, but there will be some training involved for all managers to keep their items updated and current in the plan. The council chamber audio visual, the AV item is there for 8,000. Now, we previously, as council will remember, we had some complaints about the audience not being able to hear us. I think we've addressed those. So this item could potentially be removed unless council wishes to upgrade any more audio or visual equipment in the chamber. Email and Microsoft Work 10,000 was approved last year. That remains a work in progress, but it will be completed soon. It should be completed early into the new year. The website will go live early in January, scheduled to be January 16. So those bills, that project will conclude in January and those bills will be due. Service delivery review, that will need to be tendered. That was not completed. So that's an item that will have to go out for RFP. Strategic plan is in for 30,000. I think we may have to boost that number. I'm not sure we're going to have it completed for that number. I think we'll have to add something there. Depending how council wishes to address that. The asset management plan is still in there at $85,705. That will be completed in 2024. And the municipal building concept drawing is 20,000, and that was addressed in the previous item.
Through you, Chair. Well, we have asset management in the other book on 66 at 53,000, and we have it in here at 85. We have to add both of those together to get the asset management.
I'm going to let Lionel answer that question.
Through you, Chair, the asset management plan in the 2023 budget was to comply with the 2024 legislative guideline, which will be completed by July 1st. And there's a final legislative guideline that we have to have done by 2025. So that's the last asset management, hopefully, project that I have to budget for. So they're two separate phases.
So there, yeah, okay, thank you. And if I do a follow-up, I didn't miss it, but I'm just wondering, back here in the admin on 96, it's architectural projects, but it specifically says it's for the municipal building concept drawings. Is that specifically what it's set aside for the 100,000?
Actually, through you, Mayor Martin, I believe, and Lionel help me here, I think it includes the public works building as well. It has both, right? Yes.
Through you, Chair, yes.
Clarification. All the artist's renderings are done, right? Because we were presented. Or were we talking engineer drawings?
No, through you, Mayor Martin, these the concept drawings that you saw, those are not architectural drawings, so the architectural drawings are not yet completed.
Okay.
Yes, that's why.
Okay, well, so the 20,000 in here then. Is that from the 20,000 we have, is that from 2022 or did we budget 20,000 last year in 23? Because the 2022 is for a municipal building concept drawing, not architectural drawings. I'm just wondering if, like I said, we've already spent that 20 because it had to cost something for the pictures we got.
Yeah, and that was,
That project, it was, the original budget year was 2022, and there's been nothing put against it, so there's no expenses put towards that amount that had been budgeted, so it was seen as a continuation of the work to be done in 2024 for the municipal buildings, that being the office and public works yards.
Okay, they sort of.
So just to follow up on that, through you, Mayor Martin, to Deputy Mayor Webb, I'm gonna follow up on that because we did have some concept drawings done, so perhaps there's been a misallocation of funds there. Thank you.
I apologize.
No, it's good.
Keep it shut.
no, you're right. Okay. Okay, there, carry on then.
I think that's all I have.
All right, thanks. So, yeah, there's a few things to clear up there and we have a bit of time between now and the next meeting, so there's another item that I know I have highlighted, so. Okay. All right, so the next item on the Conservation Authority, and I don't know, do you have anything to put in there?
We have done, since we have not received the final amount regarding the 2024 levies. We have assumed 310,622 for Crow, which is a 5% increase assumed, and in the 2023 budget had an amount in case council so chose to become part of Lower Trent. And so that has been included again in 2024. So that amount had 5% added to it as well. That amount is 3676. So if that is something that council chooses not to go forward with, we could take that amount out of the budget. Or if they still want to pursue that, that would be an amount, like a partial year amount in the budget for 2024.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, just to follow that up, the council will have to decide in either now or in 2024 whether we are to pursue the Lower Trent Conservation Authority membership or not. We have put that money in the budget. And if we are going to join that group, that should stay in there. However, if we choose to not carry on with that, then we will take that out.
So we'll have a recommendation there, like, because it was recommended that we join them, and then there were some other things came up and we didn't know that we need to now, and the worst thing you want is another conservation authority. One's quite sufficient, so.
Well, and things have gotten better
Yeah.
since you've been there. I guess high tax.
Well, I'm with the
rates
Crow,
we were,
but with that one down there, it's there was some things around building and stuff like that it's kind of an empty space there with nobody there. I don't know, Travis, if you know anything about that part of it. I think it's something we need to get our heads around, and we'll come and see you and understand it better, whether we need to be with them or not. We thought we had to at one time, so that's why it's in here. But what I'm hearing now is it might be something that we don't need to be there. I don't know. So we'll get some clarification in between now and the next meeting, I think is the best way, rather than tie it up here. So, okay, and the five.
So we're gonna find out whether it's legislated or just an option that we want to take up. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, whether we have to or not. So,
Didn't we go through that before though?
well, we did, but now we've had some new information, so. And around the conservation, so that's that conservation alone, but the 5% that you have in there, Lionel, is just looking. The reason it's held up right now is there's one part of the budget that hasn't been settled and we couldn't do it over online, so we're gonna have another meeting. But the 5% is pretty close to, what we're looking at, and just so everybody knows, like 5% at the Crow is 1% is $7,000. But when we talk percentages, it's don't get too wrapped up, 7,500, like it's almost like a tenth of what ours is.
I get a little confused sometimes. We're doing a 5% increase. The Crow, right? we paid 287 last year. Right?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
So 5% is really of the 300, which was the budget amount last year, as opposed to the actual. Is that what we are intending to do? I don't know.
Yeah, through you, Chair. The idea was that it never materialized in 2023. We didn't join Lower Trent, and part of me thought, well, let's just take it out because it never happened. But then I thought, well, maybe council may want to look at it in 2024 as well. So that's why the amount that was assumed for 2023 was kept, and then, for lack of a better term, inflationary factor applied to it. But yeah, if that's not what council wishes, I can easily take that out of the budget though.
You're talking, not the crow part, that's it.
No,
I think Jerry's question was around the crow, like the 290,000.
Well, no, it's just, it's a mathy question. It's $300,000, 5%, 15, it's 1496. That's no problem. But if we only spent 287 and we're giving a 5% increase, it's not 14, it's less. But mine was,
Yeah.
spoke until it was,
Okay.
it's the lower trend.
Yeah, that's right.
muddying the water.
Okay.
Yes, it has.
Go ahead.
Yep, through you, Mayor Martin. Okay, so my understanding is that we have two that we're giving money to, the Crow Valley, and if we choose to, the Lower Trent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is the Crow Valley $300,000, right?
It's-
And then the other one is, so we're looking at $600,000.
No.
One or the other.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So we leave the Crow
Yeah.
and join, okay, all right.
No, it's.
No, we would have two. We would have two.
Two.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be, I don't know what the numbers are for the other. I don't know how the portions work over there, but yeah, there would be two. Lower Trent's a separate thing and it's for the bottom end.
No, okay, so this 300,000 that's
Yeah,
in
that's
here, that's
tricky.
Crow Valley.
So it's,
Okay.
Lower Trent is south of Highway 7, around the 8th line. There's an area there that. Whatever, without getting into too much, it was a lot of shale and stuff, so. Yeah, so that's another thing that we can talk about, and the Crow is our main. It's our main body that we deal with, so. Okay. All right then, so next is storm water overview.
Thank you, Chair. The storm water part of the budget book starts on page 84. This is one line item. It's payments to Orca. We kept the budget the same. Don't anticipate the need to increase it. So it's there's no capital for that one as well. So a pretty simple area. If anybody, if there's no questions, I'll move on to library. Library starts on page 48. The library budget is put together by their name. Let's see here.
Library.
Yeah, well, you know what, that's your like more correct. They approve it, but anyways, the person who drafts it for the library board, she does an excellent job at coming in at about a 1% increase every year. Now, she does that by moving around hours for part-time, of course. They get the same amount of funding every year from the province. They've got the same provincial grant amount for, I think, over 10 years, 20,773. So as she put it to me, they just make do with what they have, so to speak. So there isn't a lot going on at the library. There is a small capital project that is happening, but otherwise it's continuing on and making do with the revenue that's theirs.
So the provincial grant, is that like a population thing? So if we have 4,000 people in our area, is that how they calculate it, or do you know?
You chair, it may have been 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, but quite honestly, it's never been indexed or it's never been changed. I think it's just a grant that unfortunately in the arts, as I only know too well. Those grants are rarely indexed and they can stay the same for decades, so.
So one question, through you, Mayor Martin. The repairs and maintenance, there's absolutely nothing there. So where in the budget book is the repairs and maintenance? Is that parks or public work or?
You chair, that's an excellent question. The repair and maintenance for the library is with all the other facility repair and maintenance items in Josh's facilities.
Okay. Questions from the cemetery?
I don't wanna move into the cemetery.
Yeah. We're getting to know us pretty well.
I could miss that move if I could.
Yeah. So, you chair. Last budget deliberation for 2023, there was a wish to have more information. So if you go to page 30. I've worked on putting together this statement, which mimics statement they get from Baker Tilly every year to provide more detail, because in previous years we've received the amount of 63,104 and whether it increased or not. It hasn't increased for quite some time. It looks like the Form 1 on page 30 that's Ray McCutcheon would have drafted for us. It's the 6th straight year. And so we've included a little bit more information in terms of their revenues and expenses. And I'm sure if we had further questions, Ray would be able to answer them if council so chose. But that is what we have for the cemetery.
So Ray's the treasurer over there. If you have any questions about that, it's it's just my first term doing the cemetery board, and I'm always concerned. Hart and I hear it all the time where they're doing a 0% increase, and as much as it's nice, you just worry about that spike that's coming later. So you make sure that they're looking after everything, that they're not going to come to us next year and say, oh, we messed up, we need 10%. Anyway, but there is 0% again.
You get them and the people at the library running 1%, maybe they should have that number in a course.
Yeah.
What are the caretakers' fees? It's not broken out, or is that just part of the board and admin or contract operation? Is that part of that?
Through chair, that would be part of the contracts. As far as any further detail, I'm not sure, but I know that that's the caretaking aspect.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions around cemetery? All right then, so.
Well, it wasn't included on there, but I assume that you're doing council as well. We're doing council, or no, we're just gonna skip over us.
I can do council.
I just had a question about it.
Yeah, no.
What page is that on?
19.
Yeah, I think it's in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, materials and supplies. I don't know if you'd be the one to comment on that. How are we getting over like almost $5,000 on materials and supplies, and how can we correct that as a council?
Go over to that.
Second thing down.
Like, is it paper, is it books, is it, like, I just need to know, like,
I've been using Matheson.
well, I don't know how we could use that many supplies, but
Must have to do with the first year of the term.
maybe, that's what I'm saying, it just seems like a
I
lot.
don't know.
And if there's stuff there that obviously we're doing that we can cut out, then maybe we should. Find it out. So,
Through you, chair, if is for miscellaneous council expenses. So think what I'll need to do is look into the finer GL detail of what's been coded to it.
You dropped it back to the same as 2023 budget. So,
But I think we want to know what's in there,
Yeah.
regardless whether it's 23 or 20.
Yeah, I just want to make that in, like,
Yeah.
you know, he's gonna
Bring
bring
back.
spending top loads of paper or whatever, I don't know.
that might be,
So, well,
yeah.
and well, that's what I'm saying, if we are, then let's, you know, at least try and address it or
Yeah,
whatever.
good.
Go paperless,
It gets us an option.
I didn't hear that. Yeah.
okay.
Is that okay on that one? Because I got another question, if it's tree planting program, I've heard that's every other year, but it seems to be going to every year, and what was the cost this year to it? Do we have a cost, so that's through?
Through chair, the cost would have been right at 5,000, so if council so wishes for it to go back to
Every other.
every other year, that's fine. I can certainly take out the 24 aspect of it.
I think that's a good point.
But is it going to go to every year, or is that something we're
We
gonna
don't.
decide?
We never really talked about, it, but it's always been every other year, so that might be just an oversight, so.
And I wouldn't take the 5,000, I'd just cut it in half. If it's gonna be a line item, you just do half year and
Half this year,
half
half
next year, if we elect to do it.
Yeah,
That would be. my
that's another
suggestion.
option, so.
So through chair, should we wait until the next budget meeting to make a motion or?
Yeah, I think we can, you know,
Yeah. No.
just save it to.
And it may, if I had to follow up, and we are giving 5,000 to the hospital annually? Was that a commitment we made? I thought we gave them an initial 5,000.
We've been doing that for years, so we've always gave them a donation and. For Comfort Hospital, because they don't get anything from us, our hospital is PRHC, so.
Right, no, that was just a question.
Yeah.
Fine, I just asked.
Same with community care. So it's gonna help.
I'm gonna cut that back.
It's going towards the Havelock wing of the new Campbell Hospital.
Yeah, I seen them out drilling wells yesterday. So.
Through you, Mayor Martin, the transfer to community grants reserve. Why is it budgeted 2,000 when prior years were 10,000? Like, I'm not even sure what community grants are. I think I know what they are.
I think the top.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's great, the top up.
it's a top up from last year.
So that's one of those things that we talked about, like we talked about. Good.
Wait a minute, okay, you said top up, but you budgeted 10,000 and you actually spent 10,000. And then in 2024, you're budgeting for 2. So I'm not understanding that. What am I not getting?
Well, no, through you, chair, I understand where the kind of confusion lies here, because these line items are the transfers to the reserve, so it's just a way of showing, okay, so in 2023, we threw 10,000, 10,000, 15, 45, 75. We put them all in their individual reserves. We seeded money to those reserves in the budget, and then the actuals, yep, we threw that money in to those reserves. That actually happened. So in 2024, we don't have to throw all this, we don't have to throw the same amount of money into reserves. We only have to throw a portion of that because the reserve balances still have money left over from the prior year. So this is a transfer to the reserves rather than the balance of the reserves, if that helps at all.
So that one nobody used, so it just transferred over to the reserve, the whole thing.
No, but it says they used it, so she's saying. that
That's
the
what-
action-
yeah,
actual that we used.
It is.
We budgeted 10, spent
Yeah.
10. And we're
Yeah,
topping
it is.
it up by
Is that
2,
in
and
the
we got a
wrong
minus of 8,000. That's.
Is it in the wrong column?
isn't it?
Yeah.
That's my fault.
So the 10,000, this is to take the community grants reserve, so that line item says. In the 2023 budget, we are going to send $10,000 to the reserve and keep it in the reserve for good deeds by council. And so in the projected actual, yep, we did spend $10,000 to put it into the reserve. So now at the end of 23, there's $10,000 sitting in the reserve, just waiting for good things to happen. So by the way, in 2023. $2,000 came out of that reserve. So in theory, then that $10,000. The balance of the reserve is now 8. But last year during the council deliberations, the thought was every year, we're just gonna top up the reserves a little bit. So that they go back to their original amount every year. So the reserves at the beginning of 2024, that one in particular would be 8,000. So we're gonna say, hey, we're gonna put $2,000 into reserve in 2024 to get that pot of money back up to 10,000.
Through you, Mayor Martin, maybe for some clarification, for next time, and I won't ask. It should say transfer to reserves, because you're saying expense category. I nowhere on there says it's being put to the reserve. It just says budget, projected actual, and then we're budgeting for 2024, which is the 2,000. But you're now saying that this is just reserve money.
It's money going into the reserve, yeah.
It's money, okay, I know we put in 10,000 last year. Did we spend that 10,000? I don't know, but according to this, the actual is 10,000.
Yeah,
So to me, that's an expense, that money is gone, it's not sitting in that account.
It's
So
not sitting in the account, it's sitting in the reserve, so we actually did. But we said, hey, let's put $10,000 in reserve in the budget, we did. And then that money is now. Sitting in a pot of money, ready to do some good things. And then $2,000 was spent. And so this is, the $2,000 is now a little top up. To get the reserve up to where it originally was, $10,000.
all right, I'm sorry, it's just
No,
not
you're-
like
no,
confusing with
it is
me,
very-
No, that's
because you're not saying reserve anywhere on that paper.
So,
Yeah, I'm looking up that thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So, okay, just as a point of clarification, so in the expense category, is there something I could do to those line titles, like the transfer to community grants reserve, transfer to environmental grants reserve, all of those, like, could they be better worded or?
and that might be something we could, talk about, because I think, I understand what
Kind of
you're
a-
saying. Yeah, that 10,000, when I see it sitting in there, I understand what Councillor Flags is looking at. But looking farther down, like.
Yeah.
So we budgeted 15,000 for, like, the ones that we use, we do have an item in like 1,500 was used for the private road grant last year. So 13,500 was the change or whatever. Last year, we just kept topping up those reserves, and I think that's what we were trying to stop.
That was done under one motion at 80,000 and broken down like this. This was the first year for that.
The first year we've done what we asked to do last year at the budget, as far as we would have normally just put another $10,000 back in there. And we're trying not to do that anymore, kind of like that. There was something else we talked about that we're not gonna keep. Kind of like that contingency fund of Peter's there. You're right. That's one thing with budgets. It's there's, you can look at it, you can flip the thing upside down and it looks different again, but there might be a better way of saying that, Lionel. I don't know. The 10,000, so
It is what it is, so we'll have the money in there.
Okay,
the money's there and we're not double dipping anymore. That's the thing. Like, we're not gonna take another 10,000.
right,
But it is kind of.
Yeah,
To her, Councillor
That's
Flagg's
right.
point.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Martin, just to add on to that. I don't see anything on there for our contributions to Fire and Ice and the Celebrate Havelock. Well, I'm just saying, like, no?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, that's coming in the economic development budget. You'll see quite a list there.
Thank you. Yeah, no.
Carrie stole all our thunder.
Oh,
That's
that's
right.
all
the fun stuff. In the economic development.
Can I ask you, what the professional services and contractors, the $5,000 and 75 and the 5, what did we do there to?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 19, sorry, Lynn.
Is there things like
Legal,
legal?
census.
So for the first year of a term, there's a lot of extra things that come in. Is that where those expenses are coming from, or
Future, I'm not gonna
training and?
say
No, no, okay.
definitively, but I'm sure that is the case, but I know there were other items in there as well.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Need to bring to you later. So, okay. All right then, so that's the end of the first part of the session, so. It's 12:05, so I'll look for a motion that we break for. And very quick there and the secondary.
We burned 5 minutes for a long.
Yeah, I know.
We're not getting.
And then Doug's seconding it. All in favor? All in favor, and that's carried. So,
To your feet.
so we'll return. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay. All right then, so we're
He gives
gonna
you-
look for a motion to resume the meeting. Motion to resume,
Yes.
moved by Councilor Jordan, seconded by Councilor Flagler, all in favor? And that's carried. All right, then, so we're moving into Travis and building official. Whole bunch of things there, Travis, so we'll start off with the building department overview.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So we'll start on page 24 with the building. So with 2023, we exceeded our estimated fees for revenue, and that was just because of the long-term care. So that money, as you can see, will be carried forward into reserve. And then for 2024, just a couple of changes there with us taking over the sewage systems in November of 2024. We've got a lot of work to do to get prepared for that, so. The latest was we hope to receive the documents from the health unit in January, or at least the first quarter here. And then there's gonna be a lot of work to sort them out and get them in order, assign to each property so that we're ready for November. And you'll see the additional staff for a summer student was added for that.
So that's something you're familiar with, you've been through it before, so you kind of prepared.
I have, yeah, and that's, health unit has records back from 76, they don't have anything previous to 1976. But from 1976 till the time we got civic addresses, those permits were issued by lot and concession. Installer's name, owner's name, so it's gonna be, it's a lot of work to get that stuff sorted.
Yeah. Okay.
The other item we have in 2024 is a vehicle, but we'll talk more about that capital. That's just for building, we'll move on to bylaw.
Okay.
26.
So for bylaw, council's aware, we just got the AMP stuff approved and passed. Tickets have now been ordered for the part 1, part 2 offenses, and our hearings officer job advertising should go out this week. And that'll go out for 30 days, and we'll hopefully be up and running in the spring, early spring with that. The differences in the bylaw compared to this year, we put a bit of money in there for signage again, for no parking signs for mile of memory and stuff, just to make sure that those are properly met. We've added cloud permit to bylaw enforcement. That's the software we use for both planning and building. That's in there $1,800 a year, and that'll help keep things organized better. And then also a tough book for the bylaw enforcement officer, and that'll come up in capital as well.
So the signs, they're just for mile of memory, like I imagine eventually we'll have a lot, like, because none of our signs have the bylaw on them, right?
No,
Parking sign?
we haven't decided whether we'll actually put the bylaw number on it or no parking, because every time we would amend the bylaw, we would have to then add the sign as well, so. I think there'll just be no parking with some better directions as to where you can park and where you can't. And maybe go to the quarry, Anderson Road, and clean up some signs in town as well.
Perfect. That,
Yes, to you, Mayor Martin. Just one question, material and supplies. What's the expenses there? Like, what are your materials and supplies?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, that's some office supplies and the signage as well.
Oh, that's the signage in there. Okay.
Yeah, so.
Sorry, we're gonna jump back to building. Yep, it was slow. It's the professional services and contracts.
Yeah, so, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's legal. Any legal fees.
So. You think it's gonna go up a little? We're assuming a little bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've upped that by 5,000 and that's, we've got quite a few building with permit stuff we're dealing with right now. So,
Oh, thank you, Travis.
capital for building and bylaw is on page 98. Two items we have in there is the vehicle and the tough book for the bylaw enforcement officer. So that tough book is the same that Dale and I have. It's a laptop that's it's weatherproof. You can knock it around the roadside and outside.
Questions?
Control is on page 21. The difference in animal control this year, and I can bring a more detailed report to a future council meeting here, maybe on the 19th, or the first meeting in January. And the difference is we have in there $6,000, and that's for to enter into a contract with the Humane Society. And the $6,000 is the retainer fee that they charge each municipality with the sign up with them, so that would work out to $500 a month.
What page is that? Is that on 621?
20, starts 21, 22, 23.
So about 6,000.
There's no alternative to that. That's our only option.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, currently we have a contract with Deb Haig that does it on a hourly basis and mileage, etc. One with the Humane Societies would be the same. It would just ensure we have pound service and everything else as well. So there aren't that many out there for that.
Roads is this, where is this?
22.
6. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at 22, but I don't see no 6,000. You know, if you're talking about the change.
So it would be under professional services and contracts, page 22.
Yeah.
Second item from the bottom, it doesn't show as a 6,000. So last year, we had in there about 1,800 for animal control wages, etc. This year we bumped that up to 2,500 plus the 6,000 where it shows 8,500.
Right.
So the change from year is 6,700. So we've increased 700 with our wages and mileage, and the 6,000 is for the retainer.
So are we using both and like you're gonna use Deb and?
No.
Or just Humane?
So
Okay,
Humane Society would provide that for us. It's just that in 2023, we had Deb and we did increase it a bit, just. We've had a few extra calls lately on that.
yes.
So it's Deb and, no,
Just the Humane.
just the Humane, so then.
We could do one or the other.
So then there'll be no fee to Deb anymore, correct? Okay, sure.
So it's really not, sorry, through you, Mr. This, so it's really not a complete 6,000 because wherever we were paying her will come off of the 6
In addition to the 6.
in addition.
So she was just as needed basis. So she was on call, it was hourly and mileage.
Mhm.
Humane Society will do the same thing. That's in addition to the 6. The 6,000 they want as a retainer.
And also for pound services.
Last item, page 59, planning. So in 2023, we budgeted a fair amount in consulting. And that was with the intention that we would be. The OP would be passed and we'd be putting a committee together to complete our comprehensive zoning bylaw overhaul. That didn't happen, so whatever didn't get used out of consulting would go into reserves. And be carried forward to 2025 when we get to do the review last. When we put together the draft bylaw, we were informed that hopefully late 2024, they would pass the OP. Even since then, the county has put together another technical advisory committee and they're reviewing some of the changes, so. Still hopefully the end of 2024, but not sure. You'll see that there's a reduction in for 2024. The budget is fairly similar, just a reduction in consulting as ARIA is working towards his RPP, and we'll hopefully have that sometime here in 2024. So there'll be a reduction in consulting as we'll do more in-house.
Yes.
Very good. We're really knocking those down from what we used to pay. My friend Daryl, so no, he'll be upset, but we keep that going. This is very good, Travis. And Aria and the whole building department.
That's all my items. If there's any questions.
Any questions for Travis? Okay.
Something in your board, too, because of the thing.
Yes. If you want to go back to the building. So we did have the we've already just asked about the employee for the health unit, so for the septic. So when we take over septics, we had in there an administrative part-time person to help with the files. We had a summer student and then we had a part-time inspector who started in 2024 on an as-needed basis, maybe a day or two a week to assist with the sewage system inspections, etc.
Any other questions? All right then, well, thanks, Travis. That's good. On that, I think that's on your part, so we'll be.
Pardon.
I only got 2 for your department, so you're pretty good. All right, so the next Ray's out on a call. I don't think of that action needs here, so Sherry, we're gonna move you up into that position. We do. Page 17.
So this will be the first exercise that I've been actively a part of, and there are treating it like a standalone cost header. And so there are professional development items that you'll notice on this budget that wouldn't have been in the earlier budget. That amount to, so professional association memberships, training, as well as travel and accommodation for conferences that are over and above what would have been there in past years. They amount to roughly $5,800, representing 11% of the total budget. In terms of the economic development or tourism-based activities, Councillor Blayther had a couple of questions. We do and have broken out the different line items. Celebrate Havelock promotional items. These are the giveaways that we typically have at our desk or table at the event. Pumpkin parade, the monies that have been allocated for that simply allow us to bring more activities to the event, as well as market it further online. The Canada Day fireworks and supplies. This is a combination of one, the township taking responsibility for the fireworks, as well as working with the Lions. The Lions oftentimes will take the leadership role of the event, and there will be some ancillary costs that are then directed to us, and they're reflected in these numbers. Each year we apply for a heritage grant. We were awarded $5,000 last year, which is applied to our actual. We've not included it or knocked it down by the 5K because we can't be sure of it, but we have been receiving that on a consistent basis. We've included the Fire and Ice fireworks. You'll note it's 4728, which is what we had spent in the previous year. We've also included the Shop Local project, Christmas and Thanksgiving. In the past, the chamber has taken an active role with Shop Local campaigns, partnering with Peter and the Kawarthas chamber. And our goal this year would be to work closer with those trade organizations to extend our reach, but to support them through digital online marketing, as well as creating opportunities for local businesses to work with us, and we would actually purchase some of their items to create some of the draws, supporting at multiple levels. You'll recognize that the wayfinding signs replacement, we have a number of signs that need to be replaced along Highway 7 that direct people into key areas, as well as our George Street business area. Fishing Derby, year over year, we purchase the fish and a number of small items. We also seek sponsorship for that event. We kept that relatively close to what it was this past year. Transfer station message centers, that's an additional cost item. This is something that Bob and I have talked about. It's really hard to reach our seasonal residents. And one way that we could do that is having a compensate-based message center where people coming and going could actually see large notices about upcoming events, things changing, new services. Maybe another way for us to reach them. And we've also included costs for installation there in that value. It would mean that there'd be a message center at each of our 4 transfer stations. The branded pop-up tent, more and more, we're keeping our counselors busy with grand openings and events. It would be great to have a branded pop-up tent where we're not dependent on county to bring theirs. That keeps you out of the elements before you're called to do your duty. And in terms of social media campaign, this is just a small budget used for boosting some of our ads. It helps to get the message out there. We'll do that, obviously, for Fire and Ice. We'll do that for Celebrate at Havelock and other events. I want to draw your attention to gateway signs. That's been moved to reserve. We've carried that forward a couple of times. We will continue to do so, I would think, post our strategic plan, because there will be at some point a rebranding exercise, and signage would be one of the elements that we'd have to consider. This is perhaps the shortest budget that you'll be reviewing today.
So the transfer station message centers, so what is that, like one of those boards in each of the transfer stations?
Yeah.
It's a blackboard with the correct.
There's one.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if you can see that, or welcome to pass that around.
No, I think,
Yeah.
so we had one at the 6th line, so it'd be one of those at each transfer station?
Yes.
And through you, Mayor Martin, if I can just elaborate on that, we're very ambitious about what we can do at transfer stations. We think that transfer stations can be a real hub for customer service and for getting the message out. We know a number of our residents attend the transfer stations. It's a good way to communicate with the people where they are. So this is just the beginning of that exercise, but we're pretty ambitious about what we can do at transfer stations.
So that money is, sorry, so that would cover the outline as well as the message board, like when they're going to do. That's in the.
Oh, in terms of the cost, yes, it's
Yeah.
the full sign itself.
Yeah, okay. Dave, I also want to. And that, sorry, that tent would have our
Our logo, it'd be branded Through you, Mayor Martin, it would be branded HBM Township, yes.
Moving up. Any questions?
Through you, Mr. Gateway signs, that's, I know you mentioned it, but branding, that's our new branding thing.
So gateway signs would be any gateways entering into the city, so 7, 50, 30, 48, 46. This is welcoming people into the township. And we went through a process with the Economic Development Committee where we confirmed that populations was consistent across, and we were going to update the service organizations below, but eventually refresh those signs because they're somewhat dated now. They've been there for quite a long time. And when we go through the rebranding exercise, if we introduce a new logo, it would be our opportunity to refresh those as well.
Okay, thanks.
Through you, Mayor Martin. I understand that the Jamboree signs would be taken down at some point. They are still on there,
So
coming from Marmara and Havelock.
So through you, Mayor Martin, there are Jamboree signs. The MTO actually has to take them down. We have requested that they take them down and hold them for us because they're an artifact that we could use for our.
So are they the signs that you're thinking about changing?
No, these are our township gateway signs. So when you, if you were, let's say, traveling from Trent River into Havelock, you'll pass one of the gateway signs right along Old Norwood Road. That's one of them. And you have those gateway signs,
Right.
all of your entry points. So if you're coming from Bancroft down, I think, what is it, 47, you're going to hit that. So 46 coming. I think there are 8 in total.
Okay, thank you.
And through you, Mayor Martin, just to elaborate on that, we have requested MTO to remove the Jamboree signs on all those highway signs. It hasn't taken place yet, but it is on their to-do list, and we certainly have requested that.
Staff took the one off the gateway sign at the light.
That's correct.
Staff took that one. We don't control the ones out on the highway, so.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Yes, I also noticed when you come in and at the lights, it's Havelock. But there is only one sign there that says for the. Yeah, no, it's not the population. It's a white sign. It sticks right out, so you notice it. You
So
have it
you're
every
serious,
Friday night in the summer.
Market?
Yeah, the farmers market and artesian. So my question is, why is there only the one sign there? Because we could be taking this opportunity to promote our businesses on George Street. Not so much on the highway because everybody sees them, but for the ones here. So I was just curious of why there's just that one sign there.
So through you, Mayor Martin, the Economic Development Committee recognized that signage is a real need within our community. We do have business areas along George, Quebec, and the rear and entrances of Ontario, and we don't have proper signage. And that is an initiative that sits with the Economic Development Committee at the moment.
Yeah, just little background on that, Bev. A couple of years ago, we talked about putting kind of what was it, downtown business district kind of signage along here, directing people over to George Street. We kind of put a hold on that because what we had is that started the debate within the committee whether that was going to be our downtown district, like whether we're going to build George Street back up into a downtown area, or we're going to let Highway 7 kind of be the downtown area that it's kind of become.
Right.
So we didn't want to commit the money to it until we'd kind of gotten there. And I think the George Street reconstruction obviously played into it too, in that we didn't want to put signs up 2 years ago. They're going to be directing people to a construction area for the next 5 years, right? So
That's true.
I think is there not some money? We've committed money to it already before this money, haven't we? I thought there was money in there already, Sherry. So sorry.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I think you're referring to I want to say it was 2,500 or something like that, that was allocated for the replacement of the service organizations. We do have quotes and whatnot. There'll be a report to council with mock-ups of replacing those signs. And this is listing all of our service organizations. They're very out of date. So we've done the work there. We've got our quotations. But if I could, coming back to the reasoning why we didn't do it, there was an additional wrinkle in that the county was working with PCAD and there was a grant at one point where they considered having one central resource, a county that was working on. That's coming up with signage protocols as well as a strategy that everybody could follow. So if you found one wayfinding sign in Cavan, it would look and feel very much the same in this community, just making it much easier for motorists, much easier for cyclists and whatnot. The funding wasn't granted. However, the work continued and Joe Rees has completed that project. So we do have all of the design parameters now. And he's encouraging all the townships to use them.
Go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Sorry to go back to the gateway sign. I thought there was a budget item, maybe not in 23, 22, that there was one set aside for signage. Rebranding I guess there wasn't, there's nothing in the reserve for unless it's stuck in the admittance.
That might even be what Jerry's talking about for the.
But it wasn't 25 because it was.
I think it was like 13, I remember 12 or 13,
12,
something like that, is that right?
So maybe you have something on it?
Yeah, future. Last year in the budget process, the full amount of economic development's budget was approved. There wasn't this level of detail. So strictly speaking, the gateway sign amount wasn't, approved in last year's budget. Council can choose to bring in an amount from a reserve to offset the amount of the gateway signs as if it, had been approved. There's certainly able to do that, but the 21-7 wasn't an approved project, by itself. It was like a global approval of 49,225 for economic development. So as of right now, there's no revenue coming in for reserves for these amounts.
So the wayfinding signs, that that could be back in 21 or whatever year there, Jerry, because I remember Hart talking about those things because he was getting frustrated with it too. So back then we were talking about wayfinding, it never went anywhere. And we were trying to get our head around it then, so maybe that might be what you're recalling.
Well, Lionel would know if there's a reserve there. If we don't have it, it's fine. It's in this budget. No, thank you.
Good. Okay.
Hello, through you, Mayor Martin. Just one more question, Sherry. I'm still a little confused on the signage. So I'll just use the example of the one, the sign that says Havelock. And like I said, there's only the one that is introducing our farmers market.
Right.
It was my understanding that the logos, like of the Lions, the Legion, and everything that would be put there.
That's right.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Martin, that was the plan. The recommendation from the Economic Development Committee is to simply replace those service signs. Not knowing exactly the direction we'll be taking with strategic
But
plan.
where are the service signs? There are no service signs there now, Sherry, so I'm not understanding.
The service signs are all there. So when you approach the lights traveling eastbound, there's a very large service sign. So as you come around the bend, you're going to see a population sign. You're going to go up over the
No, I've
tracks.
missed the population sign. I've been looking for it.
Yeah, it's right just as you turn the bend,
Okay.
coming into town, it's right there.
Yeah.
And then you're going to approach the lights and it'll be the largest service sign is right there. And I think there are 12 service signs or service groups on it. Half of them are now.
Want to go through the lights?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right.
And you'll see that coming on, if you're traveling north on 30, south on 46, and
Well, then why is the small farmers market on our sign that just said, because it looks odd to have just one person on there. Why is that?
Through you, Mayor Martin, there are all kinds of guidelines in terms of placement of signs, particularly on MT owned, so that sign shouldn't be there is my guess. Travis could probably
The
speak
reason
to
it's
that.
there is because we're on, so it's the old connecting link. If any benefits, like even the gateway sign, we wouldn't be allowed, like Norwood had to remove theirs because they don't have a connecting link. So if there's any benefits in connecting link, that sign there was the one thing. Otherwise, it has to be like 300 feet off the road or something like that.
Right.
Are we talking the Havelock,
Yeah,
the
so
one that was
so
made? Is
so
that okay?
to go and put it on the club sign.
Have some control over that.
Yeah, we have a little bit of control.
And I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Yeah. Jerry?
Through you, Chair. We mentioned about the branding and Peacock and I think the county went through a sign review, I think, a number of years ago. And I think it took them like 2 or 3 years to get it. So I would hope that we wouldn't hold anything off on this for us. Here that we could go ahead on our own. We don't have to follow. Yeah, okay, no. I do think there was a lengthy process, was there
A
not?
lot of, there's 8 municipalities to deal with there and nobody's on the same page. Some don't like, that was a lot around bush country signs
That's right.
and
That's kind of what Sherry alluded to earlier, that
Yeah.
what Joe Reese was trying to do with this wayfinding, but then when we kind of get into it, he kind of brought it up too, in that everybody's got a different idea of what they want, right? So letter sizing and whatnot, it can be standard. The color scheme and whatnot, everybody
That's right.
wanted their own color or whatever design, whether it be a tree in a railroad or whatever.
Well, I guess that's basically the point is, it didn't work last time, but let's get at it again and see what works, or is it altogether different?
Just from our,
Yeah.
I just mentioned what our committee's discussed is that probably not, we're just gonna end up going our own way, right? We're gonna try and abide by some of the guidelines that the county set out, but it sounds like everybody's gonna do their own thing anyway, so.
Well, I guess that's why are we spending the money to duplicate something that we couldn't do before? It seems like an exercise in futility.
Really, Mayor Martin, we're cherry picking what we want to draw from that. There's a science in terms of looking at the size of the font, the speed of the vehicle. So we're going to draw from their science, knowing that was intelligent. Their desire of having a half paddle at the top and the bottom and all of that. We're not entirely thrilled with that. We're not entirely convinced that works for us. But the science element, I think, is really thoughtful and we can draw. But we'll bring that to you in a report. Council.
any other questions for Sherry? You got something?
Sharpen it, pencil.
Yeah.
I think you already talked about it, but did you explain the shop local and what you're doing with that money?
Through you, Mayor Martin. So shop local programs, every township tries their best to promote local businesses. And it's fantastic when you have a small, if you have an active chamber, and ours is sort of coming back. But we still need to bring out some fertilizer to get people shopping local. So we want to introduce a contest, and the contest would run throughout our busiest seasons. And that gives us a little bit of money to make sure that people are showing proof that they're shopping local. And by way of that proof, then their names are entered into a draw. And I think we can do a couple of things. We can follow examples like in Norwood, where they do it on a monthly basis through their peak seasons, or we can have a much larger prize and just do it once per season. I'm going to work with our chamber and our local businesses to find out what really gets them excited about it. And then we'll launch that this spring.
Yeah, the cottage did a great campaign there.
They did.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Amazing.
So.
That was the Havelock crawl. And again, some of the best programs are organic. They come from the business community. We need to support them. We can't do it for them, but we can certainly support them in their efforts.
Okay.
Sorry, one more question for Sherry through you, Mayor Martin. So signage for businesses on George Street, is that on the plan for next year? Get them on Highway 7? Or could their signs be on the Havelock sign where the farmer's market sign is?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Where we put there?
Through you, Mayor Martin. So we've had a number of discussions about where would we place this sort of business district sign, because you don't want it to impede our electronic sign, but it should direct people this way. A couple things with that. We certainly have to come up with what we're calling it. Downtown may not be the right term, but business district, George Street business area. We'll come back with a recommendation with that. The other thing is signage typically, not typically, there are often grants afforded for wayfinding signs, and we will certainly be pursuing those to find out, especially with the reconstruction. MAFRA will help us with downtown revitalization in terms of streetscaping, and that's a grant that I'll work with Leah on. And we might be able to look to Brenda Wood and a few others through the RTO8 to see if they would help fund that district sign or district sign.
Okay, thank you, sir.
George Street's always been a problem. I remember when I was on the committee, we used to talk about the direction to the arena, because a lot of times tournaments are bringing new people into town, so they had a arena sign at Orange Street, and we used to say, why not turn them off at Quebec Street and make them drive all the way through town? They don't know. Tell them the arena is that way and put all the directions, they have to drive down George Street, and they don't know any difference.
Civil engineers will do that every time, right?
So,
Kermit, I'm-
Once we have it.
yeah, maybe when it's done over.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Okay,
Through you, Mayor Martin. Sorry, Sherry, I'm not sure if I mentioned this when we reviewed your list, Summerfest.
Yes.
The August event that the Lions Club hosts. We didn't include that on the list, but we have contributed to it. I believe it was $3,000. It's something we may want to add to this list.
It was grouped in with the other, but you're quite right. And that's a summer fest or a summer festival that we could get really behind and draw more. And working with the Lions, they're a fantastic organization. They tend to be focusing on bringing family-friendly events to our community, not so much on drawing tourists to the area. So we just have to make sure that we work together and we meet our shared goals.
right.
One more, sorry, Sherry, Fire and Ice 2024.
Okay.
You want to talk about that now or?
Everybody up for that? Well, I can give you a quick update. We have our first committee meeting tomorrow night. And we're fortunate that members of the last year's committee will be participating in this year. A couple of them, folks that had joined only last year, but have fantastic skills, will support us. Amanda has committed to providing all of her contacts, has confirmed which talent, which events had been booked last year for this year. So she's passing that across. She'll commit to transition that information tomorrow night, but then she's done. She's going to focus on her business, as is Dave. They will help us get the outdoor rink up and running for the one festival day. That was something they were willing to do, which is, I think, fantastic. That will allow us then to have a feature outside that just people can use throughout the day. I don't have to worry so much about jam packing the roster of activities. And we'll work with HPPS for the snow carvings. We have, at the moment, we have roughly 8 activities planned, some of which were booked last year. We have, there are a couple of elements I still have to work with Lionel. For example, they paid for separate insurance for the event. We will probably be under our umbrella, which would reduce costs. But by my take on it, the all in, we're still looking around $26,000 for the event. With our sponsor goals, corporate, featured, and then standard, using the numbers they used last year, I'd be able to bring in roughly 17,600 using the resources that I have on the team, which means I'm close to a $10,000 shortfall with the event as it's planned today. If I increase the sponsorship to a higher value, which it was in preceding years, I can bring my sponsorship up to roughly 23,000. So the shortfall is 45. So it's early days. I have a lot of work to do in terms of fleshing out how much opportunity I have. It has been helpful that we've maintained a positive communication so that there's no mudslinging, sort of frustration out there. They've been supportive and we appreciate that. And I guess what we need to do now is in the next week or so, we'll start to define the events, confirm acts, and hit the ground running with sponsor dollars, because the more sponsor dollars we can get upfront, then we can prepay for the deposits on some of the talent. So the question would be to council, if there is a shortfall of $5,000 to $10,000, Is that something council is willing to support in 2024?
I think until we get into everything else on here, we see if there's anything left over for today. You need,
10, what's the number? 10.
It would be a range, depending on how well I do with sponsor dollars, but it would be a 5 to 10 range. My preliminary take on it.
Yeah, there's other stuff that needs to be, I gotta add some stuff here shortly too, so don't worry.
Okay.
But that,
Through you, Mr. So there was no balance from the preceding year to bring forward for startup money?
No, if there is, it's a very small number, that would be within, like, from the grant, all of that's there. Now, all of the assets, so picnic benches, banners, chimneys, all of that is ours to use for the benefit of the 2024 event. I think even I could speak to them about all the toques, anything left over from last year, we'll be able to use those. It's in some of the information here, but.
after your meeting, we'll know a little more.
Well, no, certainly much more.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Martin, the ice rink, I'm a little confused with that. They said they're gonna come and put it up the day of. Is
They,
it not set up down there already?
I don't know, but they did commit to having it ready for the festival. I think it takes a few days to get it ready beforehand, doesn't it?
Well, it's off at the liners, so, but I think it's weather hasn't helped any.
Yeah,
Yeah. I see.
but they're not going to maintain it through the season as they have in other years, so just to make sure that it's ready for the festival, is my take on it.
So is the option to go to Cordova then? And not worry about the ice rink here? Because we do have an arena.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I'm not sure that the ice surface, ice will be ready in Cordova, is my understanding.
Oh, okay.
So I think that'll be a discussion, because I think, like, once you put the rink up, if we're not maintaining it.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to you'll have it closed off, like it'll just be used for the one day, and then the fencing goes up to close it off for the winter. If you're not maintaining it, you can't have it there.
To Mayor Martin, I spoke with Dave when he was setting it up, and I had asked him if he was gonna maintain that like other years, and he had said, yeah, so. Not quite sure why it's just a one day.
I think since that discussion, which is probably a while ago before the recognition awards, I think their feeling is that with their businesses and the responsibilities they have today, that they can't commit to being there and flooding the ice every day. So it would just be for the event.
Okay, well, we'll wait till your meeting's over. And get some more information.
I'll get some clarity.
Just put it in there. I don't know.
it's news.
So, okay, well, we'll wait till after your meeting. Yeah. Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Sharon. Okay.
Very.
Oh.
That's me, Mayor Martin, and members of council. My first go around, so. Okay. I'd like to start off on page 35, with the expense category. Under personnel, you see a little bit of movement between the existing 3 full-time positions and also the third year admin support position for roads, parks and fire. Then in insurance, there's a little bit of movement also to the sum of $675. Moving on to the
Administrator.
We Parks and Record Parks, it's the same, isn't it? Or, I mean,
that's
I don't know.
Well, you're on facilities?
Yeah.
34.
Yeah, wait, sorry, go ahead.
So you, through you, Mary Martin, John, just the personnel, is that one person? And then there, it's a raise, or is that two part-time people?
Through Mayor Martin, this is 3 full-time people plus the addition of the admin support. There's a third that comes out of facilities budget.
Okay, so that's where the extra 10,000 came from, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
No, that's a cleaner. Facilities.
This is facilities.
oh. So is this the cleaner?
Yeah, so this is, so we'd made our cleaning position from a part-time to a full-time position. So there's an added expense with benefits.
Yeah, that's,
Through you, Chair, that what Josh just said is correct. In facilities on page 35, that's cleaning and moving from part-time to full-time. So that tracks benefits, so that's the extra little bit.
Oh, okay.
Part-time.
So it's only one person. One person.
Okay,
yeah, just add to that, because we've had discussions with this with other council members, and I voted for this, but it's something we have to keep our eye on going forward, because we've traded basically the same position for $15,000 more by hiring somebody here as a, like, it should be done under contract, right? They should have stayed under contract, and moving forward, I think we should start looking at contract positions for some of these things instead of full-time or part-time positions, because we're just getting eaten up with benefits and stuff like that, so.
okay.
Yep.
Oh.
To page 36, the Havelock Library. Okay, so there's not much movement for heat, gas and oil, hydro, water and sewer. Moving on down to building repairs and maintenance. I do believe there's a little bit of a typo, and for cleaning supplies, there's definitely a typo. These numbers don't add up to according to October 31st year-to-date totals. Can I address that? The next slide.
Which one's that?
That was cleaning supplies for the Havelock Library.
6,000?
Yes.
Okay.
If I just ask a point of clarification, so. Sorry, it's the projected actuals that need to be updated, is that correct, Josh?
Through the environment, I was going to sit down and figure out what happened.
No, that's okay, but again, through you, Mayor, so this isn't the 2024 budget we're talking about, it's the 2023 projected actuals? That are off?
6,000 projected actual.
So, through you, Mayor Martin, according to the year-to-date totals that were delivered to me on Halloween, I was sitting at 35,93.30. That's not even on there.
Here, so that would have been as of the end of October, September, and this column being the projected actual for the entire year, so. We can look at the projected actuals at another meeting, I mean. But I just wanted to clarify that the issue isn't with the 2024 budget, it's more with the projected actuals, is that correct?
Through your Mayor Martin, when I was going through the year-to-date column here earlier today, there was a budget of 6750, not 2670. There was also the same budget for building repairs and maintenance.
possibility those two numbers are flipped, line. 6,000 should be in the budget and the 2470 should be the actual.
I don't think so, but we can have a look at it.
Let's get through, the whole line doesn't make any sense, really. Like they're out, like they, doesn't math, the math doesn't math. For me,
Figure it out, it's okay, let's
Yeah.
Yes.
only a couple thousand, we'll figure it out.
well, it does make a little difference because if you're go budget 23 actual, and then you budget 24 and you got change. The change in the budget is going to be different if the number in the budget number is larger or smaller. I mean. If the budget number for Havelock Library was 6,000, then the 4,000 is not the right number. I'm saying.
So, through you, Chair, I will sit, Josh and I will sit down and we'll kind of determine if there's an issue, and I can bring that together with a summary of what we talked about today for the next meeting.
Sure. Great. Moving to the Critical Library. There was a change in hydro. We were in how on the end of October, we were in range of an overage, so we had added $355 to that.
That could be something around the halls being used more and things like that.
Future, I believe so. Page 37.
36, like water and sewer, it was 5,000 budgeted. We spent 4 and we're back up to 5. Was there an anomaly in to keep it down in 2003, or like how come we're under in 2003, we're back up in 24, or is it just one of those things?
Through you, Mayor Martin, not 100%. We were. We can have a look at that also.
It's not a big item, but it's just water and sewer. Yeah.
Yes, so now.
So reasonably close.
One thing. The basement is active now. It has been sitting vacant for a few years, so we have the Historical Society and the library does use that.
I'm like a local one though. Anyway, to have a look at it. Okay. Yeah, you can have a look. Thank you.
Over to 37. Municipal building. Any change there? We're pretty consistent with our cleaning supplies. We were a little bit under in building repairs and maintenance. There was a few items that we didn't get to. There's some concrete work out on the ramp and the railing work we didn't get to in 2023. Facility staff will be attending those in spring of 2024. Moving to Stone Hall. There's some movement in the heat, gas, and oil. We've added 1655. We were approaching an overage. And we've reduced the hydro by $600. Building repairs and maintenance. We added $3,200 to that account.
Your work plan for the year then, or is that you added some more for the maintenance being repaired? So have you got something planned there?
Yes, we do. We have there's some stone pointing work that has to be done in the exterior.
Okay.
Mayor Martin, one question is on your building repairs and maintenance for municipal, I guess it's this building. You budgeted $7,400. Is that what you're expecting the cost is gonna be?
It's pretty year, Mayor Martin. We've kept it consistent with the year before, and only because we've factored in that work that was going to be done that hasn't, so that is correct.
So you spent $6,500 last year, and didn't finish, you still have work to do.
Yes, we did.
And is that 1,400 then that you have to do? Or is it another $7,000?
Through your Mayor Martin, that is $1,400.
Thank you. That's a good answer, Josh.
Yeah, but if, I understand the work not being, that's fine. What we've taxed for, it's reserved, so it has nothing to do with the current budget then really, does it? In terms of dollars.
Through your Mayor Martin, I was just pointing out that we were keeping that the same, even though that the 2,000.
Okay, so it's not, it's lower. Oh, good.
Moving to page 38, under the town hall hydro. We were hitting up on an overage. So we've added $1,000 for hydro. And I believe that it is because that building is currently used just about every day lately. The LPP office is cleaning supplies were right on par, and there so is the building repairs and maintenance. On page 39, the Lions Hall. Under miscellaneous supplies, we have reduced 2685. Going off year-to-date totals from October. And the same for the communications.
Josh, is there a water sewer charge for the Lions Hall? Or is that added into the agreement?
Through your Mayor Martin, I believe that's added.
Very nice.
Those things that I knew. It's wrong, but I have to look back. But it was about $13,000.
And page 100 under facilities capital. We have the proposed replacement light bulb for the municipal office. We also have the proposed replacement furnace.
Mayor Martin, that's coming out of reserves, Josh, or are we putting the money in there? We reserve and then you're gonna pull it out and buy it.
Through your Mayor Martin, yes. I believe that's how.
First one or the second one?
Through you, Chair, it's coming from the facilities, the furnace for the town hall is coming from the facilities reserve.
They are coming from, okay. Got it.
Facilities, we'll jump into that.
No, yeah, part.
Starting on page 52. One thing that does jump out, materials and supplies, I do believe there's a typo. Here's your 2023 projected actual. Membership training.
Excuse me, is it a typing error or did we spend 40?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, okay.
Through you, Chair, it is 4,000.
It's 40, okay, good, thank you.
Training and education. I do believe there was a bit of a typo with the projected actual. We were nearing the limit on that in October when we had our previous full-time attendant position receive training. We were nearing our, we also did propane training for her. We were nearing our budget, so I'm not sure why that's at 3370. Again, there's a change in insurance for 2838. Page 55. Equipment and repairs and maintenance, I was going to work with the finance department to see what is going on, why we were at 24. I don't really remember what had happened, but we had added 1,000 and that doesn't add up by looking at this, so I was gonna sit with Lionel and find out some more information.
For a general question before we get into the minutiae, the transfer to reserves, emergency storm reserve for 20,000. Exactly that for.
Do you mind?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So at the end of the last budget deliberations for 2023. There was a motion to have $20,000 decreased from both the Parks and Rec and the Public Works personnel budgets. And that money would then be transferred into the emergency storm reserve. So it went up by 40,000, that reserve, from 115 up to 155. And then I believe there was a report for 50,000 of it to be taken out for brushing. However, getting back to the original question, this was an amount that was added in at the last minute during the 2023 budget deliberations for the storm reserve contributions.
Okay, so then so 155, and then we said we used 50 in 2023. Or 2022.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, because we got 105 left in there.
So maybe 60 then, maybe my memory failed me, whatever the report was, it decreased it from the 155.
Okay, thank you. In terms of that, what are we doing with that money? Here's to you, Mr. Mayor. We have a plan for the storm response, or we're just gonna let it sit there in the storm response.
Well, that was the idea last year, but that's every year it's gonna come up. So if that's not the flavor of the day, we can change it, but.
Okay, thank you.
So, through your job, the emergency storm reserve, so do we have 40 or 20?
In the reserve, the balance of the reserve?
Yeah.
The balance in the reserve is, I believe, 105.
And that's for HBM, not park.
Yeah, so it started out its life as 115 that we got from the government. And then at the end of the last budget deliberations, 20,000 was taken out of parks personnel, 20,000 was taken out of public works personnel, and then 20,000 of each went into the storm reserve. So then the balance went up to 155 in the storm reserve.
Through Mr. Fogg, we just need one disaster fund or emergency fund. We, do we need two funds? We put 100,000. If it's not enough, we bump it up. We don't do it through Parks and Rec. Individual, do we have to do it through?
I think I can kind of explain this. So they all went into the same reserves. There isn't two reserves for emergency response. This is just money coming from parks. I think the idea was we want to, oh, I have to get out of Keystone for Kayla, sorry. Doing something for backup. So I think the idea was we want to take that money out of the personnel lines, but as to where to put it, rather than have it fall down to the tax rate, the idea was, okay, let's put some money in the storm response reserve in case something happens again. So it was kind of like an offset. We're gonna take it out of their two personnel accounts, but then we're gonna go away from the reserve.
So back to what Jerry's asking. Can it be in one, it's like 155, can it be shown in one column?
It is in one
It is in
reserve.
one?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in the reserve summary, it's under the storm response.
Okay,
Yeah, all of that activity that we just talked about, that all took place within the storm response reserve. It just came, there's one bit from the government, there was one bit from the Parks Department that contributed to it, and then the
okay,
Public Works contributed 20.
all right then.
Through you, Mayor Martin, Josh, what's material and supplies? I'm sorry, I'm double asking you a question.
No problem. Materials and supplies for parks,
It just says material and supplies.
that would be your chlorine for the splash pad, your muriatic acid, any the new playground equipment with the engineered wood fibers for replacement, it's any of the materials and supplies that are in parks. The tennis net would come out of any.
That kind of stuff. So it was $30,000 last year is what you spent on chlorine and all
No,
these supplies?
through your Mayor Martin, all of our parks. In total,
Pardon?
out of all of our parks total,
So it's the soccer field, that part of this park. Okay,
absolutely.
all right, thank you.
Down at the very bottom, our contractual services. We've added 3,400, now mind you, this was off the October year-to-date totals where we had some contractual services still going on. We've neared the top of that budget. We've added 3,400 in hopes to add photo cells to 18 hydro poles to shut our Christmas lights off that are on during the day.
You about this week, I thought there was a problem with them not shutting off, but okay. I thought they were already done now.
To your chair, we had a photo cell, it was called the cheater cell, we were using for many years, they're no longer allowed.
Okay. Of course.
Bring over to page 56. Heat, gas and oil. Added $825 to that account. You've taken 3 electric heaters off in the back and replaced them with natural gas. So we're anticipating a change of $825 in gas. 2024-2025 operating season. We've left hydro the same, only we weren't sure, we are having a September start date, so we weren't sure what was gonna happen with that. You have a better idea of next year's budget, what our year-to-date totals were in order to budget accordingly for hydro. Down under equipment repairs and maintenance. We've added $1,000, we were getting the top of that budget. At the bottom for sports fields and operations and materials and supplies. There was a bit of an overage this year. There was we had some ball diamond work done in the spring that we weren't necessarily anticipating. Back in 2024, we're lowering that back down, or we're putting in the same amount we did at 2023, sorry.
Page 106. Recreation pathway. Yeah, tennis and pickleball court. $56,000. This was quoted out for a new tennis and pickleball court. Located over on the proposed property for Mary Street. We've added $160,000 towards that construction for the new sports recreation complex field. $55,000 for the West End concession parking lot. For the Havelock Dog Park fencing, this is 3 sides of that park. There's already an existing fence line at on the rail track side for $55,000. Replacement of the Caboose pond for $13,000. Located on Highway 7. We have a water feature that's been intermittent for a few years now. There's some serious issue. We lose a lot of water on a daily basis. Staff had turned that off midsummer. So this is a proposed full replacement. All Diamond Field.
Just minutes.
Quickly on that, we got a quick discussion about. I know a couple of residents have mentioned to me whether, because like I said, they've seen you guys doing a lot of work on it over there. Is there a way we could run that feature without the running water? Like, I mean, would it be the same? Obviously, you know, it's a waterfall, but the running water is gonna look weird, but.
Through your memory, we would be able to convert what is existing into a garden, some sort of, to the council wishes.
Something with a lower maintenance cost. I'm just wondering, like, you know, imagine you could, like, I'm not. I guess if we really had to get into it, I could ask you to bring it back, but would it be fair to say we've spent. At least $5,000, if not $10,000 a year in the last couple of years fixing that in terms of your time and parts and the rest of it? Just from what I saw when we worked in the garage.
Through your memory, Martin, that is a safe assumption.
Okay, and I like the feature, that's, you know, I appreciate it, it's there, it looks nice. Just saying, in terms of going forward, is there a way we can maybe rework it so it wouldn't be such an ongoing cost to us, right, in terms of repair and whatnot, so.
Through your memory, we staff it definitely.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Ball Diamond Field grade elevation. $10,000. We had that work done, as I spoke to about on the previous page. From the first base area to third base area, we are still at about 8 inches. Creating quite the lake there when we get a heavy rainfall. I know that for the majority of the summer, we've had a significant rainfall, and you would see the coaching staff of the minor ball out there with buckets and shovels and rakes and trying to divert that in order to bring that up so the water sheds properly.
Through you, Mayor Martin. Gosh, were there not, what was replaced on it earlier this year? So I believe I read whatever Phantom truck is, 7 of them brought gravel. So did that not fix the problem of the elevation?
Through your Mayor Martin, you're correct, we had 7 loads and we had a local contractor disperse those loads. We were still, I believe we're still about 8 loads shy. Bring that up to a significant where it should be for the watershed.
Wow,
It was in the outfield, wasn't it, from last year?
no.
First base, right?
We only increased, sorry, 3 years, we only increased half of the infield. Or we put 7 loads in the infield and nothing in the outfield. Last summer, what was that? What were those 7 loads for on the infield?
Through your Mayor Martin, that's correct. They were in the infield.
Okay.
It was, I believe, 10 years ago, I had $15,000 worth of work done in the outfield. And that was also still shy.
Okay.
$3,500 for decorative banners. The existing banners, these are the summertime banners. They're starting to get quite ripped and faded. We're losing the important corner grommet to hold them onto the poles. Parks utility tractor. So we have put in for a Parks utility tractor at 45,000. This unit with the proper attachment on the back will allow us to maintain our ball diamond, and we can also use that in many areas. We would also be able to maintain our trails in the Matheson property. We will use that tractor as much as we could. Very desirable, useful piece of equipment. Replacement of the 2004 three-quarter ton crew cab. $79,000. That is a 20-year-old vehicle. $135,73,000 kilometers. Still a good running vehicle, however, according to asset management, it does have a useful life of 0.
Approximate value, what we get back for that. I'm kidding.
You know what, you would honestly be surprised what you would get for that.
Have the radio out of it.
How do you bring a muffler for you?
Getting sold.
Moving on to the next line item, Cordova Christmas lights, $9,000. This is the price for our electrical contractor to install electrical outlets in order for the Christmas lights to be plugged into. This is also the first year of install and removal upon the holiday season. Community center standby generator, $40,000. This is a natural gas unit, is quite the significant size generator. We are in the works of applying to a grant up to $50,000. This will help towards that.
There was some background to that as far as our emergency plan. The community center is the go-to place, and a lot of people are surprised that it doesn't have a generator, because chances are if everybody's shipped over to you're gonna need some power. So that's been around for a long time, but anyways, just some history there.
Community center precast concrete stairs and railing. Located on the front of the building, this is the entrance going down to the rental space of the Lions Hall. Earlier in the year, we weren't sure of which side we would do any sort of an expansion on. Come to the conclusion that it will not be on the south side. So those precast existing stairs and railing have been patched many times over the years. Unfortunately, there's nothing left to patch. Put in for replacement. Finally, we have.
Jerry had a question.
We didn't know where to put them because we didn't know where we're going to put the addition, and now we made the decision we're not putting on the south side. When was that made?
Through your Mayor Martin, I spoke with Bob and we were talking with Let and it has been determined that there would be nothing on the said side.
Okay, thank you.
Padova rink repairs. After quotations were due for budget cutoff. This is a drains quote for $200,000 for removal of boards and asphalt. So after the cutoff, we have received another quotation for the amount of $130,000.
Another direction.
Yeah, because, yes, Josh, the Dover rink. The cost of doing the rink is $345,000.
Through your Mayor Martin,
Like, what's the actual cost of the rink? Without grants, just what's the cost?
without grants,
Yeah, without grants, just how much does it cost for the rink?
200.
200?
Well, 130 plus 140.
We've got the 140 for the grant, right? So that's what I'm saying.
That's the cost of it though. Right. But you can't.
345, 350.
350. Okay.
I know.
It's off.
But if I'm just gonna interpret what's been said here. If Josh has said that the quote for 200. Was succeeded by another quote for 135. Then that would mean the whole project has gone down by 65. Which would make the amount in the left-hand column go from 345 to 18 or 280. So I think what Josh is saying here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but if the $200,000 quote, you did receive another quote for the same work for 135. Then the 380, 345 becomes 280.
through your Mayor Martin, the quote received after the cutoff was for 130.
130?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry, so then it's 70. Okay, we'll work on that.
It's 275 all in.
275, yeah.
You're right, Lionel, it comes down, that's right.
Yeah.
Problem making those adjustments. Downward.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm confused now too.
Yeah.
So, okay, the money we got for the boards, that covers the board installation, is it not? It's 140 or whatever.
145.
So I thought all we were worried about was basically putting some kind of a pad or something, we're gonna fix these boards too.
That's correct.
So,
So it was.
so I'm saying, like, to me, the boards and the rest of it is. It's a non-starter because it's already been done. We paid for it. We know what we gotta do, so we should just be talking about a pad. What kind of pad it is, how big it is, and how expensive it is.
So that's where the
So-
200 was in there, and now we're talking 130.
How about more like 100?
Through your Mayor Martin. If council wishes to lower that to 100, we would try really hard to do what we can, but
Does that include the screening as well with the boards? Is there screening at both ends of that?
through your Mayor Martin, that does include chain link on either ends.
Okay, that's in the 130 then, not in the 145.
That is coming out of the grant for a 145.
Okay, good.
Correct. Also. Hockey nets.
Oh.
Hockey nets.
I know we haven't really got into kind of sourcing this, but is there, do you think there's a way we could do this cheaper? Possibly using local contractors
Through your Mayor Martin,
for some good favorable pricing
between local
in
contractors,
the Cordova area.
possibly doing work in-house, to drive that number down.
I don't.
At least the sound system's working, Bob, because it's easy to get. There you go.
Yeah, so take that out of it.
We can look at this week and make sure we don't leave it short, because the main thing is. that we can get it done, so. But we're talking in the 100 to 130 range. You know, might be able to sharpen it a little better between now and the next meeting.
And this is time sensitive. This would be not a carryover into 25 because the grant's got 1 year expiry, so we have to be cognizant about having that. Maybe to the top of the list, of course, because we don't want to lose the 145 for sure.
Correct, we do not want to reach the 145. This is a 12-month, as you pointed out, with the finish date of October 4th.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. One more question, Josh. This whole section is coming out of reserves. Correct? Is it reserve money or is it tax money?
We remember
It's all reserve money.
this is all reserved. That's correct.
Okay, and did Parks put in for that at some point? Or like, how does, I don't understand how it comes out of reserves.
Through Chair, the balance has been driven down quite a bit. For the years, there have been contributions to the reserves. And there could have been, you know, other ways that money got in terms of maybe surpluses, but if you go into reserve summary, see that Parks, Recreation and Arena, I'm not sharing my screen, oh jeez.
Just give us a page if you have it.
Okay, why don't I just give you a page, that'll be a hell of a lot easier, so.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was on your computer.
No. In the. Front the capital there. Okay, so we go to. Page 91. It's all the way down, there's the Parks, Recreation and Arena. So. With everything that's in the budget as it sits right now, the balance would only have. An amount of 122, 136 in it. So there wasn't a lot in it to begin with, but yeah, these are a lot of projects that are being supported by it this year, absolutely.
Okay, and does Parks put in, say, 20 or 30,000 every year to a reserve, or are they just pulling from a reserve?
You just pull over
Did the operating, go to operating, and you'll see you transfer to reserves for every department.
Oh, every department puts in there.
Yeah. See, at the start of every one, it'll say kind of a number, transfer to reserves, transfer to reserves.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
That's kind of
okay,
the dump.
all right, all right. That's good.
Okay, Jerry. So you, well, now we're on page 91. Am I right to assume that the estimated balance of December 31st, 2023, that column that adds up to 14 million? It does.
Do you share that's correct?
And we're complaining about.
Okay.
You done, Josh?
Correct. Any other questions?
Any other questions for Josh?
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. So we didn't forget you, Ray. We jumped over you, but you were busy, so we still have space for you here.
Whatever you want. I'm not over the car and other way.
45 then, right?
Yeah, page 45.
Where do you want to start with it?
For your operating budget. Summary there, if you want, on.
46.
You wanna go through individual numbers there.
It's pretty even the start right there.
Okay,
Go ahead, Jim.
yeah, no, start at 46 then on the top there, then reserve.
So the transfer reserve, we did raise that for the truck replacement, as we just went through the trucks. The price of them all went up, so Lionel and I, we just came up with a number until we do the asset management. And we'll be closer to that number, but we did raise it, so we're not gonna be into trouble. In a few more years, I believe it's 2030 or something like that, when the next trucks start to get replaced, so that did jump up. And everything else is basically the same except for the communication part of it. It did jump up because of the paging and the dispatching. Has had major increases.
What part's that under?
The communications,
Page 46,
we're still on page 47.
advertising communication.
All right,
And so, sorry, through you, Mark, that's the new paging system with the new towers and.
Yes,
arrangement.
which is, because the paging system that we're with now, they're basically closed. They've shut the doors. So we've had to go to a new paging, which is through Bell. And so it's all new towers, new everything, that it should be coming in effect April, May of 2024.
And through you, Mayor Martin, just to elaborate on that, that is that's a countywide arrangement. All the fire departments are doing this and participating in this switchover. With the exception, I think, of one, Selwyn, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the same with our dispatching too. It's a countywide
Right.
through Peterborough Fire.
So in terms of that, do we have a breakdown on that? Because it seems like I gotta figure there's other expenses in there for advertising communication besides the pager, right? It's not just the paging system for that whole number.
Yeah, that'll be the dispatching, paging, everything in there.
But the number is getting close to double of what we actual last year. So is the paging thing is doubling, basically our cost is gonna
It's
double
over doubled.
for this new
Yes.
pager system. And it's the only one we can use, I take it, for what you
It's-
need.
Yeah, it's basically the only one out there.
Through Mayor Martin, I can just elaborate on that a little bit. The Peterborough County fire chiefs, they did go out for proposals for that new paging system, and Bell was deemed to be the one that could provide the service. And Chief Haynes can elaborate on that, but that was the process.
Yeah, we've been working on it for over a year to get this up and running, and the one company, they never even got back to us at all. They just sort of disappeared. And so Bell was the only one left that came back. And more so for in the future, like this is gonna be something that's gonna be there for years to come.
who are we with?
We're with TAS out of Peterborough, but they have actually closed, like even the roads department, or they use them, but it's just a telecommunication with them.
They're out of business now.
Okay.
Going on.
All right,
That's fair, Mr. Martin. Right. Ray and I talked yesterday, and I guess this is maybe a Lionel situation, but personnel. 350 last year. Spent 252. And 350 this year is the budget. In 23, we had a full, I think we reserved for a full-time deputy chief. Which wasn't there, so I understand the overage. What we've hired now, but it's half of what we originally were going to have. And I know we have a third of a person. So is that, like, it seems like a fairly large thing when we've cut the thing in half. It's just an explanation. Yes.
No, absolutely, through you, Chair. So in 2023, the deputy fire chief was in as a full-time position.
Right.
And so you see that projected actual to budget differential. In the 2024 budget, they're in 3 days a week for the whole year. And so that has decreased the amount that you would see, should see going up. Of course, there's an increase in pay, like a yearly increase in pay. And so all of that netted out to, there being not a large increase, even though in theory, you would say, okay, we've had the same budget from one year to the next, plus we've added a third of an admin resource, that number should be higher. But it isn't, because we're not putting in the same amount for the deputy fire chief that was in there in the 2023 budget.
Affirmative. But okay. Go ahead, you finish.
Well, I guess the point is we're bumping up the reserve and the says transfer to fire up. We're bumping it up. And we are giving from last year's budget or 23 budget, we're going to be putting $100,000 into the reserve from there because we didn't use it. But we're still going to increase it by 75,000 in 24. Am I reading that right?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, if all the other accounts were right on budget and there was fire department overage or underage, I should say, for expenses of 100,000, then that would have gone in, that will go in when the 2023 year-end engagement's done by Baker Tilly. So yeah, that will be an amount that would go into the reserve. So I think it comes down to, what shape is the reserve in, and do we need that 75,000 increase for the transfer to the fire reserve in 2024?
Okay, thanks. Okay. Art, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna try and clear that up for Councilor Doherty. The 252, that's Ray and then the full-time from last year.
Excuse me, through you, Chair, the 252 wouldn't, the deputy fire chief, there wouldn't have been any amount to speak of, not a whole lot anyways, in 2023. That would have been Ray in the part-time.
So if we're gonna get into specific on wages, we need to go in closed session for that, so we can't get too detailed here.
I didn't ask him for anything
No,
specific.
No, I know,
asked him-
that's why I just,
Okay.
I'm just caution that we're slipping off the slope here.
Okay,
I think it's
sorry.
you're trying to clarify, my question wasn't about people,
No,
it was about the reserve.
How many people were we paying to that?
Yeah, like,
Crap of
that's
money.
the better way to put it, like, as far as, like, is that the volunteers and everybody else in there
Yes.
too? Okay.
But how many people? I
Okay.
need a number.
So, yeah,
I don't need a- I need
we
some
just
number.
don't need names, that's just what I'm saying, don't get into the names and the many people.
I'm confused, so this includes the volunteer fire department number in there?
Yeah, that's what I told him.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, so it doesn't include a lot from. Or does it include some or none? I'm just trying to get at it because obviously we're trading full-time for a part-time. I know we got. A third of a person coming on, but that third of a person. To me, wouldn't even make up half of the full-time, so I mean, really, there shouldn't be an increase in terms of that, right? If anything, it might go down a little bit, so. Now, maybe not because if there's 3% and blah, 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 but. Yeah, I don't know. I think Councilor Doherty, I think it's probably pretty close.
Well, 42 is in Hamden, you know.
So. Any further questions on that, I would suggest, going to see Lionel, hammer it
yeah.
down.
Sorry, so yeah, okay. He kind of kiboshed my advertising communication angle, right? What about memberships, training and education?
So are you looking at the actuals?
Oh, yeah.
So there was some of the DZ licensing that did not get done. And then there was some NFPA courses that got filled up and were canceled that did not. So basically, they have to get done in 2024. So that's why.
You actually are budgeting less than you did last year,
Yes,
but we didn't use a lot of it. Okay,
there is still more coming into like invoices for 2023.
I.e. big ones, small ones.
Mediocre. For the training, there's still some training invoices that I haven't received.
Okay, good. Okay.
yeah.
Good.
I think nothing there can do anything with right now. I'm not ready.
So and that's the thing, like all of these things are suggestions as far as recommendations, but if you see a better way, talk to staff, there might be a way of tweaking some of these things. Devin, you were asking about reserves, like, and using reserves, you can understand it better if you talk to them, and if there's another way of doing it or whatever, that's what the next meetings will be about. As far as moving things around or suggesting to move things around, hopefully in between now and the next meeting, we're gonna be able to, have a real grasp on it and understand why it was done this way. Today's pretty high level. Going over there. Good idea. Even more. Want to bring forward?
I think that's everything.
Okay. All right, then, so you're, okay. Are there any other questions from Ray then? Seeing none, okay. That's the end of our, looking at that, so I'll look for a motion that we receive all the, what do you call them, presentations today, so one motion to receive the presentation. Okay. Moved by Councilor Flagler, seconded by Dr. Doherty, all in favor. Okay, Gary, all right then. Affirming bylaw for today's meeting. Moved by Councilor Doherty, seconded by Flagler, all in favor. And all in favor. That's carried. All right then, motion to adjourn. Moved by Deputy Mayor Webb, seconded by Councilor Flagler, all in favor. Thank you.